What?
How's my mic?
Yeah, you're perfect.
All right. Oh, fucking I know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have like another microphone plugged in or something?
So I'm using it's a Sony microphone. What the fuck I do with it? It's a little high-end lav mic. You can't even see it because...
Yeah.
So it's a little stereo lav mic, but my speakers weren't going through. It said generic, and I have Bose speakers, so now it's good.
Yeah, no, I have this microphone. It's supposed to be a really good microphone, but whenever I fucking use it, I cannot get audio from anyone else. So fuck this thing. So yeah, so now I need to figure out how to like master the audio, because I don't know like what the fuck I'm doing with this podcast. So I screen record it. And it's a new MacBook, so it screen records in 4K, so I got to compress everything. Because I did a 3-hour podcast with JP 2 days ago. It was 100 gigabytes.
It's fucking huge.
Yeah, I had to compress it. Once I compressed it, it got down to like 8. It was fine. But, so not only that, and then the audio, the microphone of the MacBook picks me up because I'm right here. But because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, I just have it record the audio of you coming. So it's recording the audio out of the speakers and into the microphone. So there's definitely this like shitty sort of, it's been filtered. It's kind of been watered down. So I put it through iMovie, and iMovie it will kind of like equalize it so it doesn't sound as shitty. But I definitely need to figure that out and have better quality audio.
I think for Mac, there's an external way to record audio when you're doing this.
Really?
Yeah. Right now, I have it on manual settings. My gain's like 7.5, 8. Mm-hmm. And my microphone barely reaches to my keyboard. Otherwise, I'd have it like right in front of me.
Yeah.
But I hear me like lip smack and shit like that.
Yeah, I turned I turned the sensitivity all the way up because I was just like, maybe it will be better. I don't know.
And by doing that, you're going to pick up every little atmospheric background noise.
Oh, Jesus, all right. So I'm going to go turn that down then.
It's not too bad. I mean, I hear it a little bit, but...
You can hear everything I'm doing?
Yeah. Is your heating and AC working?
I just turned it on. Yeah, I just turned it on.
Yeah, I hear it a little bit. So I'm just turning the gain down a little bit.
Okay. Thank God. Yeah, I need someone to help me with this. All right, output, input.
I'm at Starbucks like a fucking mooge.
No, actually, I have the input. I don't have it all the way up. How about now? Better?
No, it's still there.
How about now? Still the same?
Yeah. You had that mic, which is a good mic.
Yeah.
No.
Let me turn off the air.
No, it's fine. Just keep the air on. We'll talk about it. We'll get it worked out later on.
No, you've already insulted my heating and air conditioning. You can't take it back. You're already in the fucking doghouse, man. That's strike one.
I got all the AC you want outside right now. So
yeah. No, I definitely need to figure that out. It's because it's a Shure microphone.
Yeah, it's a good mic.
Yeah, it's a really good mic. It's clear. I mean, I always say it's a short piece of shit because clearly I have like boomer humor. I'm like, it's a short piece of shit. But like, the reality is like the truth is like, no, it's not. I just don't know what I'm doing. Like, it's not a bad piece of technology. I just don't know what I'm doing. So I definitely need to figure that out because I put it up on YouTube, but the reality is like I'm marketing a conversation, and I need to up the quality of it. I did a solo podcast yesterday, and I listened to it.
I watched a little bit of it.
What?
I said I watched some of it.
Yeah, I listened to it just because it's the only one I've ever done by myself, and because it was just me, the microphone picked up everything. Dude, I could not listen to it. It was like, it's just.
Yeah.
I was listening to it and I was like, oh God, it sounds like some fetish ASMR shit. Like, okay. Welcome to Tommy's podcast. Like, that's what it sounds like. And I was like, oh God. Learning process.
People that listen to other people like whisper and all that shit.
Yeah. Have you ever listened to like unintentional ASMR?
Oh my god, it's fucking annoying.
Dude, I like unintentional. It'll help me sleep sometimes. Not intentional. Intentional is weird. Those are weird.
Yeah.
Where the people have like the 3D microphones and they're like clicking my nails, and it's just like I feel like I've been kidnapped by like a psychopath. Like, yeah. And they're like, you know, after they click their nails and tear paper, they're gonna be like, put the lotion on the skin, like some shit like that. So. No, every once in a while you can on Reddit there's unintentional ASMR.
Yeah.
And it's not weird because it's legitimately just be like an old guy like going over his Hot Wheels collection, and it's unintentionally like or you know like an old or someone like practicing like their Japanese on like a crossword puzzle, and it's unintentionally like for someone like me that you know I'm trying to avoid using like alcohol every time I'm anxious. So like something like that, it's like okay. Intentional ASMR is fucking creepy. And then I guess there's going to be a third genre. It's going to be fucking disgusting ASMR, which was my podcast yesterday. Yeah. So not that has fucking anything to do with who you are. Why don't you introduce yourself? And
it's annoying as fuck. Same as people driving today. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
Like I'm next to the brewery right here, and you know where I live. Like I can see the brewery right outside my window, and I just have to go over to New Hartford, which is about 5 miles away at most, to go to Best Buy. Whereas I go to the Starbucks.
Can you come closer to your microphone?
I'll turn it up.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
It's just fun. It's finding that that's why we're doing this so we can fuck around with.
Yeah, no, perfect.
It's fucking annoying. Well, with this mic, when I had it on auto, it wasn't picking up shit.
Oh.
So I put it on manual, then it jumped back up, and it's good.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's really something I need to take an app. Oh, perfect. Right now I can hear myself now.
Yeah.
Fuck. No, turn it down. I can hear feedback. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, that's another thing is whenever people use like headphones, the little Apple headphones with the microphone, the audio is perfect. But I can't use them because again, I don't know how to record anything. So if it's not coming through the speakers, This is the perfect segue for anyone that wants to sponsor me with audio and visual help. Please come on in, because clearly I'm a Neanderthal. But yeah, back to brewery.
Yeah, the brewery's right here, but like just going over to Best Buy. Like that's the only time I go to Starbucks because fuck their shit,
Yeah.
I got this drink and bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, and it was $12.
Well, you live in New York though, right?
But still,
no, you live in New York.
Well, here's the thing: all of New York State is not New York City. New York City is for a bunch of fucking leftist douchebags.
But you're in New York and it's Starbucks, dude. I have no sympathy. You did this to yourself.
And where I'm from, the men are men and the sheep are scared. So
you still want the Starbucks, dude? You got nothing.
Oh,
you got nothing.
I wanted a double shot of espresso, so that's what I got.
Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, man. Dude. I have to work out before I do a podcast. I think I've lost more weight since I've started doing this podcast because, like, no bullshit, I've lost like 17 pounds. I started 2 months ago. I started December 12th. It's because, for me, it's if I don't get enough sleep, I'm anxious and like irritated. If I don't work out in the mornings, I'm very like foggy, and I end up getting anxious. So for me, like to have like a quality episode, I have to like get a good night's sleep. I have to exercise, do something, even if it's just 10 minutes of cardio or 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes lifting weights. And I got to meditate for like 20 minutes, just kind of get back on, not in some like Zen, like, oh, no, what I do is I just sort of focus and I'm like, big picture here, like the world's not falling apart. You're not a piece of shit.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah. Hey, well, I am. That's why I'm meditating. I'm trying to reach the peace where I either find out that I'm not a piece of shit or I truly acknowledge I am a piece of shit and then I accept it. So but yeah, those three things: sleep, meditation, exercise. Because I've done episodes without doing those and they're not good. I'm brain dead. I'm just like, oh, where are you from? what do you do? Like, versus being like up and chipper and on the ball. So
hence why
exactly, yeah.
And sponsored by Uptime.
Yes.
But
no, dude, I make up sponsors every time. Like when I had JP on and we were talking about like drones, I was like, this podcast brought to you by Northrop Grumman. like because I figure if I get a cease and desist, like my podcast is so small, any PRs or any press is good press. So even if it's defense contractor, like bring small time podcasters to court, that's just going to get me more subscribers. So this podcast brought to you by Raytheon and Lockheed Martin.
And there goes people's security clearances.
There you go. Yeah. Again. Any press, good press.
Exactly. That's what people don't understand. I'm like, oh, it's bad right now. Yeah, it's called like you just react upon it because that's what you're trained to do.
Yeah.
As human beings in social media world today.
Yeah.
And you don't think of the long picture. Yes, I post. I have a big fucking wooden spoon for social media. I'm a dick. I'm a dick in life too, but I'm gonna tell you how it is. But people like need reaction to everything.
Yeah.
And if it's political, sometimes I stir that pot just for the fuck of it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's other times where I'm not going to post anything till I find the facts, know the facts, and done my open source, unclassified research. I've been retired 4.5 years now, but I know how to do that research and get the overall picture. Which we segue back to that. Once you've seen a little bit more, you're like, oh, that makes sense. But people don't do that, and it's annoying and frustrating.
Yeah, it's. I kind of have this theory that, not really a theory, kind of a theory that it seems like no matter. So I'll go through Reddit and I'll be subscribed to every left and right subreddit, and I always JP you can see come up on other podcasts. I always try to keep this podcast steer clear of politics. Might dip our toes in every once in a while, but for the most part, I try to, because mostly I want this to be entertaining. I don't want people to come on and get flustered. But what I'll do is, I'll look at the left and the right, and I'll have both feeds. And it's always very curious when you can see the same event or news story. You see the same thing in real time being completely, and not just received in different ways, because obviously if person A does this thing, people on person A's side are going to go, that's good, and people on person B's side are going to say, that's not good. I don't mean that, because that's obvious. I mean, you'll see the same story be completely presented in different ways. You'll see person A did this, and this is why it's good. Person A, yeah. Person B did this, or person A did this. This is why it's good for us. Oh yeah, and I'm just like, what story is really happening then? If I slap JP, and
please do.
Yeah, the same story can be presented to his people that say, look, this guy slapped JP. That same story, the analogy would be, I show it to someone else and go, look, this guy slapped Tommy, not JP. Or JP slapped Tommy. It seems like there's such this, I don't know, field of potential. Each news story just seems like it's this virgin ball of potential. And any outlet can take it and say, this happened. And it gets you start to go, it makes you start to wonder, well, what really fucking happened? Because there's no way it can be good for both sides, but each side says, oh, this was a win for us. And it's like, well, hold on. Now I feel like I'm just on a ride. If you haven't figured out, I don't shut the fuck up, so you got to interrupt to get in.
So if you think the social norms of watching movies, it's, you go back to the 30s, Depression time is to keep people motivated and going and having morale. Or moral, depends how you spell it. So if you watch the Anchorman, the second one, actually. The second one is it's hilarious. It's comedy. However, there's so much truth to it. Hey, look, there's a car chase.
Yeah.
That in the middle of the night.
We don't know. We're going to speculate.
Exactly. And that's all it is, because they're trying to sell. They're trying to get people to watch. And by doing that, by the electrons via radio or TV, XM, podcast, getting people to watch, it's money in your pocket.
Yes.
It's clicks nowadays, as we call it.
Yes.
But going back, that's what it is. But segue all the way back to who I am.
Oh, yeah.
And what I do.
For people tuning in, they're like, what the fuck is this podcast about? Yeah.
Talking about God knows what.
We're talking about anything. I say that every podcast. This is my fucking podcast. That's what it is. What you're going to find out from it is what I fucking want you to find out. Fuck off. Buckle up. Enjoy the ride. Introduce yourself.
Yeah. So, my name is Nic Phelps, which I hate that. I hate that opening right there. Oh, like public speaking 101. It's like, hi, my name is. No shit. I can read it on a fucking pamphlet. Your name is this.
Yeah.
It says top right-hand corner, whichever. This camera's backwards. It's annoying me. So, yeah, it's over on the corner where it says Nic Phelps. I'm Nic Phelps. And my name is Nic Phelps. I fucking hate that. Like, people get up and start talking in front of people. I've seen generals in the military do it. I've seen politicians do it. It's like, no shit. That's why we're here. Tell us who you are. So,
welcome to the Super Bowl. Really?
Yeah.
Fuck. I didn't know what ticket I bought.
Yeah, right. So I am from Remsen, New York, 20 miles north of here, where I'm living now in upstate New York. I'm retired Air Force. Did 14 and a half years out for. I have health issues. I got a blood disorder. They don't know what it is. My left leg is numb and chronic kidney stones to start from there. The rubber stamp of PTSD and going from there. So I was introduced to you by JP. How do you know JP? Before I really started slinging shit at him as I told him I was going to. I haven't seen him in a few years. Actually, a long time.
I haven't seen JP. I don't know when the last time I've seen JP. Was my oldest brother's. One of his, if not his best friend, him and another guy, Rob. My oldest brother he was born in 1986. He took his life in 2014. JP went to high school with him. So did the other guy, Rob. I don't want to say one is the best friend because I know they were both like they were all connected at the hip. But yeah, but not to make it heavy. I know JP mainly. I fucking hate JP. My memory of him is I remember it had to have been 2000. Because John was still in high school, so they graduated because I started the year they left. So I started high school in 2005.
I'm still here listening. I have to go in the other room for just a quick second.
You're fine. You're fine, dude.
Okay.
No, dude, you're fine. I can clip this out. I gotta piss already anyway. So I'm gonna. I was in middle school. JP and John were in their junior or senior year of high school, and I remember falling asleep on the couch downstairs, which I never do. I'm just not someone that just some people pass out. Nope, I got to be in my bed. And for whatever reason, I fell asleep on the couch, and I remember waking up in the middle of the night and looking and seeing two guys I now know are John and JP with like masks on. And one of them has their hand on my neck, and the other has a knife out. And I remember in that moment, like, time slowed down. It was like adrenaline. I just remember thinking, like, fuck, like, I'm getting kidnapped, like, what? And then, like, I don't know, maybe I started to, like, swing, and, like, they pulled their masks down, and they were laughing. But that is, like, that is etched into my memory. So whenever I talk to JP, I'm always like, I fucking hate you. Like, that, yeah. So... But
with JP, I met him when I was stationed at Cannon in New Mexico.
Yeah.
He was one of our analysts.
Yeah.
So it would be the pilot sensor operator, which is what I did, controlling like cameras and sensors and lasers on the Predator. Mm-hmm. And JP was one of our analysts. So I met him a couple times. He was in a different flight than me, so we barely see each other and pass by. And one of my good friends was JP's, on JP's flight and good buddies and stuff. Connor Spake, good dude. So, I mean, I'd see JP in passing. So, like I said, I'm a photographer. I've been doing it for 25 years now, and I'm going to be 38 in May. It's the only thing I've been consistent at besides skiing and being an asshole. So,
take your wins, man.
I got asked to go to this party and shoot this party. It was one of the spouses' throwing a party for this other girl who's about to get married. So I didn't think anything of it, you know, like Jack and Jill party, whatever. No, it was a bachelorette party. And guess who fucking shows up in strips? JP. It was like JP's hung like a fucking gerbil. No, not really. It's all bullshit. But,
fuck you, JP.
I miss your brother.
Yeah.
No, but JP's good shit. Him and my buddy, him and I had a house, it's like Connor, and we'd go over to JP's all the time, and that's how we became friends and got to know each other, plus work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's how I know JP, and, you know, we've spent a plethora of hours staring at the same fuzzy square known as a house or a mud hut or pooch in Afghanistan or Iraq or other places. Mm-hmm. So that's how I got to know JP. And when we're flying and we're staring at the same thing for hours on end, I'm sure he said it, your conversations become this.
Yeah.
You're watching the screen, you're talking to the person next to you, you're talking with your intel person, you're talking with the other lines that aren't doing anything. I mean, you're still doing work, don't get me wrong. I'm not taking away from that. You're not doing anything that requires 110% of your attention. Mm-hmm. You know, watching a screen, camera starts drifting, aircraft's moving different. Yeah, you go through and adjust it.
Yeah.
But the conversations, we've gotten in a lot of trouble over the years for our black boxes in the GCS. So everything's recorded in the GCS.
Yeah.
So we plug our headsets in, everything's recorded, which is fine.
Yeah.
So when these aircraft go down and crash, they go back through the black boxes and listen to all the conversations.
The drones, when the drones crash?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the only time they would check the black box, though? I don't mean to ask, like...
No, there's really no other reason unless there's, like...
Well, I was just figuring military operation. Maybe they go through all the... I don't know, I'm just looking at it from... I'm looking at it from, like... Did you see Snowden? Or that movie? Was it called Snowden? Oh.
No.
Really sensationalized, really shitty. But it was a good like ball scratching movie, like something to pass the time, you know? But one of the things is like they're all like in the analyst booth and there's just like a microphone hanging down. And like when he's talking about how like he kind of wants to like leak stuff, you know, it's like dramatic pan to the microphone, like can't say anything. So he does like, they have their own little sign language. It's really stupid. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jason Bourne. Like,
no, the wall.
Yeah.
For his mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I wasn't sure. I just because military aircraft, I wasn't sure if it's something that, again, from a civilian standpoint, I don't know what's what.
So the only time they'll go back through is, okay, we take out leader of whatever organization, Abu Douchebag, we take him out.
Yeah.
And we had the video. We know we struck him. This kind of goes back to Iraq in, I want to say, July of 2007, when Blackwater took out a car full of women.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, you know, that kind of brings back memories, kind of the same thing. Well, if we do a kinetic strike on Abu Douchebag and take him out, and then all of a sudden on the news there's a bus full of nuns on fire because it got hit by a hellfire or a bomb from a drone strike, then those recorders may go back through and purge them and see what's actually done. Mm-hmm. If there is something wrong, you know, if a missile is in flight and we do see that bus full of nuns, that's just a thing that we say. Like, that's one thing you don't want to hit, you know. This kid comes in a field of view and the pilot's like shift cold. So instead of being on the target, you'll shift over away from taking somebody out. It's like a safety.
Yeah.
That missile in flight. Like, it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Might as well control it where it's going to go. So these are one of the things that we brief when we're doing kinetic strikes. So when you shift cold and you happen to take out 15 donkeys and a goat, I mean, in Afghanistan, man, a goat is fucking... That's a lot, man. You know, it's their sex toy. That's where they get their milk. That's where they have pleasure.
But no, but that's also their shit. That's also their well-being, though. Like, that's, you know, it's like India or... Africa, like, you know, like a huge thing people do, like Secret Santas online, is like you can like buy a cow for someone, and it's like we don't think anything of it. We're like, oh, buy a cow, but like no, to these places it's like, dude, yeah, you just gave them milk, you gave them working power, You gave them.
Well, in India, it's a god. So.
Yeah, that is. Are cows gods? Oh yeah, you're right. They are.
No, they're holy. Because
they're
Shiva
holy.
has 8 arms to milk all of them at once.
Yeah, dude. What about?
That's so fucking racist.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's fucking hilarious. But you know, like
it's sponsored by Microsoft.
Yes. It's like Bill Hicks's joke. He's like, no, it's just a coincidence that cows are considered holy in India. Has nothing to do with the fact that psychedelic mushrooms grow on cow shit. No, not that. It's because they're just randomly holy. He's like, no, come on. Really? Yeah. In India, all the psychedelic temples, the gods, the meditation, the Satgurus and the Bodhisattva. No, the cows are just, scholars are old. They just chose cows because they produce milk. No, it's because psychedelic mushrooms grow on their shit. Like, but no, yeah.
Yeah, they do.
So doing that with missiles, so...
The whole thing with Snowden and that's...
Oh, yeah, black boxes, yeah.
Yeah, black boxes. It's... The only time they go into the loggers is if an aircraft mishap happens.
Okay. Now, how often? How often do drones crash? Yeah. Again, anything you can or can't talk, that's fine. Just say no.
I retrained in 2010, so 10 years ago. Holy shit. They were not making any more Predators, and they were being crashed faster than they could make them because they stopped making them, so everything was changed over to the Reapers.
Okay.
So, yeah. My 19th solo flight, after, basic sensor operator course, IQT, which is the initial qualification training, then mission qualification training at Canon. My 19th solo flight. Now, this is how it used to be. I don't know anymore. I've been out of the community for a while. Every 20 flights or every 20 missions, sorties you do that are over 2 hours, you sitting in the seat for 2 hours or more, for every 20 is an aerial achievement medal.
Okay.
Another medal on your chest.
Okay.
So it was my 19th solo flight. I actually thought it was my 20th. It's my 19th solo flight, and we crashed. The first Predator to be crashed in water by the Air Force. Team Splash, myself and my pilot, I'll just call him Aaron. Tail number 03228.
Team Splash?
My coin holder that is right there is actually the Predator.
Okay.
And it is the tail number on the tail boards. I got it tattooed right there, 03228.
Fuck yeah.
Come on.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
It was only $4.3 million.
Jesus. Where did it... Can you say that? I don't know.
Crashed outside of Djibouti.
Okay.
It went off of Djibouti. By the time we were back in the op center from the trailers we were flying out of, PJs were out. The Navy looked for a week. They couldn't find anything. So,
okay. So it's just fucked. It's just gone.
With Aaron and I, we got coined. You know the whole coin thing in the military?
No. I don't know.
If you do something really good, you get a coin.
Okay.
Usually it's commanders and senior enlisted leadership that give them out. And Aaron and I got coined by the Air Force Special Operations Commander and Command Chief for crashing a plane. Make it up.
What the... Was it done as a joke, or is this just some like bureaucratic do some bullshit?
Because I want to crash, and they just spent $1.5 million on training me to do this. I want to give up my wings and go to jail.
Yeah.
The crew before us, they had engine oil pressure spike low, which in -1, the manual is automatic RTB. Okay. So they started flying back home. We jump in the seat. We would do 8-hour sorties at the time, 8-hour days. So we swapped them out. We were RTB. We're flying back. We descend down a little bit. Oil level spikes low again. I slew the camera to the back to see if there's any oil or anything coming out. Nothing coming out. We're like, all right. So we're going along, just doing our conversation like we do anyways, and talking about God knows what that day. I couldn't even tell you.
Yeah.
So then we get the crisp. Then one of the engine temps goes to 574 degrees Fahrenheit, which is in the red. That's cold.
That's
what
cold?
The hell? So I'm going through the -1. We're searching on the electronic version.
Did you say that's cold?
Yeah, because if you think out of your exhaust of your car, it's about 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit.
Really?
Yeah. Your exhaust is really hot.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's hot. I'm an idiot.
Really,
I just figured it's like, I don't know, like 100.
No.
Jesus.
No way. That shit's really hot.
Jesus.
Like, if you watch, like, a F1 race car where they do the performance test in, like, the room, you'll see the tubes get really red hot, glowing white hot.
Okay.
But that's F1 at 10,000 RPMs and such. So.
Yeah.
Well, I see the 574. What the fuck is that? And we're looking everywhere. I couldn't find it. Aaron couldn't find it. We're looking like, what in the shit is going on? Well, it wasn't in the dash one in the manual, but EGT, engine gas temperature, at 574 is default 0. So it was cold.
Okay. Yeah.
It didn't show 0. It shows 574.
Yeah.
Just part of the coding for the Predator. So we're like, what the hell's going on? And all of a sudden, in our heads down display, we have all red, which means engine failure. So you're supposed to do boldface. You're supposed to not memorize anything except for boldface from the manual, just for safety reasons and other stuff.
Yeah.
So I slow the camera to the back. You can see oil dumping out the back. Then we do the boldface. We're going along, all of a sudden the prop's like, just stops. So now we're pushing along. Now we're turning to a glider.
Yeah.
And we're like, glide ratio is 3-to-1. So every 1,000 feet you go down, you go 3,000 feet.
Okay.
So we're 5-to-1. I don't fucking know. It's been 2. So we didn't have enough to make it back to where we're supposed to be going, to hand it back to the guys on the ground to land it.
Yeah.
We had no protocol on what to do.
There's no protocol for that?
No, we actually wrote it after that.
Okay, I was gonna say, I feel like that. Yeah. I feel like that'd be like one of the first things to, like, hey, a plane, if the engine goes out, which is something that can happen, and now glides, what do we do?
Yes. However, like in Afghanistan and Iraq, you would put it into a mountain or put it near Blue Force, near our guys, so they can go out and recover off the sensitive equipment off of it.
Yeah.
We're flying in a place that's new to us. We had no protocol. We had nothing. We're trying to get it, and people are like, we don't know. So we glided into the Gulf of Djibouti, into the water.
Naturally.
Yeah. Kind of scary because, like, what the fuck are we going to do?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah. So that was intentional. That wasn't so that you gotta put it somewhere where it can't be recovered.
Yeah.
Or it can't be recovered by enemy forces immediately.
Or other countries that may be in the area with frigates and shipping container ships, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
We had no guidance. Like, what the fuck do we do?
Yeah.
Marif, which is Arabic for I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay, Aaron and I are now grounded. The actual term grounded actually being used. We're grounded because we had to do the mishap report and everything and wait for the results to come out. So when we're doing the investigation, or when the investigation's happening on us, he goes in, he's in there maybe 5 minutes, comes out. I go in. They had me in there for over half an hour trying to grill the living shit out of me. I'm like, all right, guys, first off, I was a mechanic for 9.5 years in the Air Force. I go, second of all, what you guys are trying to do, like, I did interrogations. Yes.
Yeah.
I know you get a million questions now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I did interrogations, and your line of questioning is horrible. Like, yeah, you know, like, your maintainers didn't torque cylinder 3 after they changed the head gasket, and you're trying to put it on us for not doing boldface, for not doing checklist discipline. You're trying to put it on us? What'd you spill?
Spilled water all over my lap. Fuck it. We're going live. No, but now, was there any, like, they thought, I have not spilled this cup because this thing's metal and heavy as shit. I don't think I've spilled this once in like a year. I've spilled it twice today. It's
me, dude. Like,
no, I feel like
this shirt.
Yeah, Squirt just wanted.
So one of the guys that used to fly with me and JP, he's stationed out here in Syracuse as a contractor, and he has unmanned apparel. Yeah, shooting out to you, Chris. unmannedapparel.com.
Fuck yeah. Hey, Chris, sponsor me. I'll wear your shirts every podcast.
I'll let him know.
No, fuck it. I don't give a shit, dude. I'll give a shit. Send me free shirts. I'll wear them. I don't give a shit.
Get a couple of Bleeding Iris ones.
Yeah. Yeah, send them to me. I'll wear them.
So him and I were talking last weekend, I want to say. I'm like, hey, we need, I came up with a funny idea. Like, over in Europe, you have the exit sign that looks like that.
That's the bathroom sign?
What's that?
What'd you say? What sign was it? You said there's a bathroom sign?
Exit signs in Europe. Exit sign,
okay.
It's green background with the white guy.
Yeah.
So in RPA and military, when we go to do a raid on a building and those guys go running out, we call them squirters. They're squirting out. It's like a ketchup packet when you step on it.
Yeah.
They all go running out.
Yeah.
And man, I got some fucking funny stories about squirters getting mowed down. It's hilarious. It's idiots. So I'm like, hey, let's come up with this squirters shirt. Like, we a couple different ones, and Chris came up with squirters wanted with the logo, and bam, here we go. And the guys that I did interrogations with, some of them bought the shirt too. So yeah, it's fucking hilarious. It's great, and they have so many more hilarious ones. So.
Yeah, it's always such like a culture shock for me when I'll have on like military guys, and they'll just stuff that's like nothing to them, just nonchalant. But to me, like I had a guy on that operated M1 Abrams tanks, and he's like, you drive over like, he's talking about driving over different stuff, and he's like, sometimes you can get crunchies. I was like, what are crunchies? He's like, people, and I was like, but he wasn't like setting it up as a joke. He was just telling a story. He's like, but there wasn't even like a pause like for me to laugh. He was just like, yeah, so he's like, sometimes you hit mine, sometimes you hit crunchies, sometimes, and I was like, back that up. What are crunchies? And he was like, people. I was like, oh god.
And which is a perfect segue. My Bleeding Irish shirts on the front says "shouldn't have been standing there."
Yeah.
On the back, I have my logo, which is my Skype thing, wherever it is.
Yeah.
My Jolly Roger with this is scan negative. Actually, we'll come back to it, but actually, a scan negative. I made my logo out of.
Yeah.
My shirts say "shouldn't have been standing there." So, okay, you jaywalk behind a bus or in front of a bus across the street, and you get hit by a semi truck. Well, you shouldn't have been standing there. You're going mountain biking down Moab, and you slip and go down the side of the cliff. Well, should have been standing there. You're a couple of Hajis on the back of a motorcycle with an RPG and a Hellfire missile hits you.
Jesus.
Should have been standing there.
Jesus. Yeah.
Use it, because you're going to see it everywhere. You're going to start noticing, like, that person fucked up. Should have been standing there.
I got it.
Yeah.
Dude, my fucking pants are soaked from spilling that shit.
Shirt, squirters loaded.
Now, fuck you. When they were interrogating you, was there any? Were they insinuating that it was sabotage?
Well,
I'm just wondering, is that something that's ever brought up? Like,
oh no, it was. I gotta word this carefully. It was the investigating officer that I believe was trying to inquire where we were flying, which he did not have the security clearance for.
Oh.
And there's a guy from JAG, like legal, for everybody. He's neutral.
Yeah.
He's like the monitor, like the person making sure stuff doesn't get out of hand.
Now, does he know what's classified, or does he know who has what clearance?
Yes, because he was from Canon and he had our clearance too.
Okay.
If I recall properly, but so like when I drew the map where we're flying and stuff, like I drew it all upside down and backwards, and I inverted. I really did. Like I messed it all up. Like I'm looking at the board, I'm like, this dry erase board. I'm like, the fuck did I draw? All right, whatever. If I can't read it and I know what I was talking about, no one else is gonna know what it is.
Yeah.
So it was just them trying to figure out if there's any pilot or sensor-induced error either with us or the crew before us, the people who took it off, if we did something at some point that could have caused the aircraft to crash.
Okay.
Which does happen. That's happened unless it's a mechanical malfunction with the aircraft, it's probably going to be a pilot-induced error.
Okay.
That's any aircraft.
Okay.
Like my little personal drones that I have, I crashed those things fucking more times than I even know what to do with.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Why? Because I was being a fucking putz and put into a tree branch.
Yeah.
Or
it's
this or that, yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, I mean it happens with airline pilots, you know, did the plane fuck up or, you know, is it
or a car crash.
Yeah.
You know.
Well that's
yeah. If you're walking up the stairs and you trip, who the fuck did it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Who did?
Yeah.
It's pilot induced. So it was just them trying to see if I would give anything up.
Okay.
Really. See if there's anything, because, you know, I'm so new to it. But guys, this is my third and a half career field. I know how this shit works.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I'm looking. Yeah, well, someone's got to be the scapegoat. Things are always things are always easier when there's a scapegoat.
Oh, and because we're held to a higher level as air crew, like when you're taking a test, if you score an 85, you fail.
Oh, geez.
If you score below an 85, you're done.
Yeah.
Like you're done. There's no more. Think about it. You're flying a multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar aircraft,
B-2 bomber, yeah.
Dealing with ordnance to kill people and change the world.
Yes.
Like you take out the one wrong leader or one leader, you're going to change the world.
Yeah, there are geopolitical implications. I mean,
yeah.
I was General Salami, early January. Yeah. You know,
that guy, dude. I wanted that 13 years ago.
Yeah, General. What's funny is I had on. So I definitely lean a little more right, and because of that, I try not to discuss politics with anyone who I think has a similar view, because it just turns into a circle jerk, right? And I don't want that.
Of course.
Yeah. So, but one of my best friends, Ernie, who's like legal immigrant from Mexico, worked for the Democratic Party. Like I have him on because I like to balance shit out. I like to just. Yeah. But he comes on and, you know, so I'm gearing up for like a big argument, and I was like, so Ernie, we just blew up General Salami. You know, this is like the morning after, thinking he was going to do something like, and he was like, fuck that guy. And I was like, wait, what? And he was like, fuck that guy. He killed Americans, and fuck anyone that says we shouldn't kill. And Ernie is as far left as you go. And he was like, fuck that motherfucker, like USA.
Yes.
And like, I was going to show the American flag behind me, but I realized behind Ernie is a massive flag. And he was like, fuck that pussy. And I was like, oh shit, well, Ernie, you just took the wind out of my sails. I was going to try to grill you for that. But yeah, no, fuck Salami. But yeah, no, you're right. You're piloting these aircraft, and you have this ordinance that, you know, yeah, you could change the world. Do what?
Like a Hellfire missile costs $250,000.
Yeah, yeah. Or if you're flying a B-2, and Jesus knows how much. I don't know. I don't even know how much like a thermonuclear cruise missile costs, but
it's priceless.
Priceless. For everything else, there's Master. For everything else, there's the Department of Defense. But.
And it's sponsored by the Manhattan Project.
Yes, sponsored by the Manhattan Project. We're brought to you by Boeing, Los Alamos.
Fuck New Mexico.
Yeah. What's the other? Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We're brought to you by all those.
Like where JP and I were stationed, Baghdad is better than that place.
Really? Jesus.
I'm not even lying.
Shout out New Mexico.
Like we kept it's eastern New Mexico. Like Albuquerque's cool, Santa Fe is pretty cool. White Sands, cool place to visit. The rest of it, it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, it's absolutely beautiful out there.
Fuck that place.
Yeah, like I sent you a couple of pictures. There's one of the 3 Strikes of Lightning. That's in Portales, where JP and I lived. Mm-hmm. Like they,
was.
Yeah.
Well, I got dry pants on.
So. Yeah, like I'm sitting here listening, and I muted my mic, and I'm like, yeah, it's on my end. So I dropped the gain back down a little bit. So I'll talk louder, that's all.
All right.
Because my computer, like I have a desktop that I built.
Uh-huh.
That's my editing computer. And the fans are, I mean, it's a little loud, but it's not too bad.
No, you're fine. That's why I always do it up in this room, because this room it's like cut off from the rest of the house, so it has its own like heating.
Yeah.
So I can turn it off, and it keeps my MacBook nice and cold.
I mean, if you want, I can try the webcam mic, see what that sounds like.
No, fuck that. No, this is perfect. It's perfect right now.
Well, I mean, it's something in the future for me to think about to get a longer cord for my mic. So I was saying about New Mexico and how horrible it was.
Yeah. JP said the same. Yeah,
Oh my God, Petraeus, the little town we lived in, he left before the brewery came in. He had 2 bars, and they sucked. And then in Clovis, where, just outside of Canyon Air Force Base, they had 3 bars and a strip club when I got there. When I left, they had 1 bar. You're right outside a military base, and you have no place to drink. Like,
you can't drink on base?
Oh, you can drink on base, but fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah, I'm not bullshitting you. I literally was composing a text to you when you rang, and I was going to say, hey, man, like, take your time. We can reschedule if that's easier. But you rang. I was like, all right, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, like, I'm adaptable.
Yeah. No, dude, So I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about, so let's just jump into photography.
All right, so photography. Are you recording on your end? You're good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, sorry about the technical difficulties. Cameras and me, just kind of fucking shitty. Not really.
No, dude. Well, that's the beauty of editing, man. Is the podcast will it'll go seamlessly. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Actually, as I'm talking to you, I just pulled open Photoshop and Lightroom so I could see some photos. So photography. October was 25 years. I had to figure out when between my art teacher in high school and such when I started shooting, because my brother too has passed away. He was passed away 4.5 years ago. He was 4 years ago. He was 38. He was a tattooist. He was 5 years older than me. So my high school, which was 7th through 12th, I was in 7th grade. He was a senior, and he had to go to BOCES. BOCES is like a technical VOHAB school here in New York State. Every county has one. And BOCES isn't just like a trade school where you can learn, cosmetology or auto body, welding. It's people with special needs too. That's where all the stuff, the CSC, all that stuff comes through, which is an amazing program. I actually did it for forensics when I was in high school, criminal justice. So he goes to me, he goes, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you go take a picture of a couple of these clubs? And now, mind you, this is October of 94.
Okay.
He's like, hey, can you go take a couple pictures of these clubs? Here's the meter inside your camera. This is where it needs to be. Adjust your setting. So photography for the 9th time.
Yeah.
So my brother asked me to take a couple pictures of the clubs, set the meter. That was October of 94. And he went to school for advertising and design in Casanova, the high-end art or pretty good private art school. Then he stopped taking pictures after that. I inherited his camera and started taking a bunch of pictures for the school, clubs, sporting events. If I was on JV, I was shooting the varsity team playing, so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. And just went from there. I did film back then. Sorry about that, dude. Shut the fuck up, phone. Because I'm using your phone, sitting on a cardboard box. It's got to sound awesome.
You're fine. The audio's fine. So what got you into... Did that lead into wanting to operate, or I guess an interest in sensors on like drones, or was that a coincidence, or?
It's kind of coming a little bit in the story, honestly.
Okay.
So my first base I was stationed at was in Korea.
Okay.
01, 02. Take a bunch of pictures there. I was on the base soccer team, like always playing sports, like always doing something. So I just take pictures casually. Then I go to England, got deployed to Germany when Iraq started. Supposed to go to Baghdad, but they kept us in Germany. Not complaining, I made a lot of fucking money. But I got a little Sony Cyber Shot point and shoot camera. The bluish, purplish memory stick that used to go in it instead of like a...
I had a Cyber Shot in like 2003.
Instead of an SD card or micro SD.
I remember I had a 3.2 megapixel Cybershot. Yeah, that was.
It was like $100 for the 128 megabyte.
Yeah,
stick.
yeah. No, I didn't have one of those. I think I had a 32 and a 64. Yeah. Dude, that was big dick swinging. That was 2000. I mean, a little display screen. You could look at your shit in real time. Dude, that was shit, man. You were
Carl
balling.
Zeiss lens. It was great.
Yeah, yeah.
Thing was slow as shit. You push the button, you gotta wait for the sun to set for it to take a picture.
Yeah.
But man, that thing took good pictures.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Well, I mean, you gotta look at. I mean, imagine where that thing was coming from, though. It was, the first digital cameras, dude. Those were insane. Like the jump in just technology. Like you can now look at your images that you just took. Like people forget like how crazy that was that you were able to do that. You don't got to go develop them. No, fuck that. I can just scroll through. Yeah, film. Oh, you don't like that one? Just delete it.
Yeah.
That was a crazy jump. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
I absolutely spin your mind on photography and how it works and stuff that you can do with it.
Yeah.
So, I just started shooting here and there and just, hey, I go to London, take some pictures, Frankfurt, Germany, take some pictures. There's this castle. I'll send you the picture. There's a castle with a tree growing out of it in Germany. It's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah.
Just casually out doing stuff.
Yeah.
Then I moved to Idaho. Fucking hated it. So I put in and become a drill sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I saw on the Air Force personnel website that there is a special duty to do interrogations, be an interrogator. All right, I'll click it, see what it does,
Mm-hmm.
You have a base of preference, so once you do your deployment, you get a base that you want to go to. So I got approved for interrogations. I called down to San Antonio, find my drill sergeant package or TI package. Find that. It was on the command chief's desk. He just approved it like half an hour before. He's like, "You're doing what?" Air Force doesn't do interrogations. I'm like, it's a human collector job. He's like, we don't do human. I'm like, that's what I volunteered for, And the guy who needed to get in the garage is already in the garage. So, fucking shit.
Don't worry about it. So, getting into human interrogation on base, you just talk to your guy.
Yeah. So, like I said, I got my package approved for interrogations. I go to Fort Huachuca, Arizona for 97 Echo, which is an Army job. Did 6 months of training down there. Then went to Baghdad for a year. Came back, and my base of preference was New Jersey. My number 30th pick, supposed to be top 3, and I got 30th. You fill out 8 overseas, 8 stateside. They couldn't fulfill any of my requests. 8 overseas, couldn't fill it. And my number 6 stateside choice, which makes it number 30th overall, was New Jersey. I fucking hated life. Why? Because I'm from New York, and screw New Jersey. Everything about New Jersey sucks at this point. Oh, man, it was horrible. I was drinking a lot. I had a part-time job as a drill sergeant over on Fort Dix for trouble kids.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of fulfilling a little bit. Kind of got sick of that. Then I realized how great actually Jersey is. My partner for my job, we're doing bear base operations. So we'd go out and build tent city in the middle of nowhere and take over airfields and such. My partner from that job, Rob, amazing dude from Philly. I grew to love it. I grew to love Jersey, South Jersey, 45 minutes to the shore, 45 minutes to Philly, 4.5, 5 hours up here to see my family. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
While doing that, our wing that we worked for, combat camera, so front lines cameramen that are embedded with special forces, infantry, you name it, they go out and they capture combat. So one of my senior enlisted, what's that?
What's the purpose of capturing comps? To train from it, to learn from it, or just intel,
everything. To show it's combat journalism.
Okay.
You got Times Magazine that does it, and you have people in the military that do it.
Okay.
And the military are the best at it.
Yeah.
Neither mind. Well, mostly. because they have the access. They know the maneuvers, and if you're being shot at, you put your camera down, pick up your weapon, and start shooting back.
Yeah.
When it comes to that.
Okay.
So I wanted to get into that job. One of my senior enlisted's like, you need to get out of age, aerospace ground equipment, being a mechanic, the ground support equipment for the aircraft. I worked on all that stuff. So, my backup light's dying.
You're fine.
Okay, turn it off. I'm good. So, I put in for combat camera, a photographer for the Air Force. Put in for EOD, bomb squad, sensor operator, and flight engineer. I want to be flying on helicopters and hang out the door shooting people, shooting crunchies.
Yeah.
And
what if they run? They're Viet Cong. What if they don't run? Yeah. Well-trained Viet.
Yeah.
Get some. Yeah.
So when I went through Air Force personnel site, AFPC, and I'm going through putting in the job request, the screen times out. If you haven't noticed, I have technical difficulties with fucking everything I touch. I'm not even lying. Like, I'm mush when it comes to electronics. So when it timed out, it put in 1 Alpha X, and instead of 1 uniform, which was a brand new career field. 1 Alpha X at the time, they just filled any aircrew position, honestly, put me in as a flight attendant. Now, mind you, military flight attendants, it's a fucking awesome job.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Like, you fly in Air Force One, you get assigned to a general and his or her airplane, travel around the world, making sure that he's got his drinks.
Yeah.
It's a kick-ass job.
I bet it's fucking cool shit. Yeah.
But if you had grown, for our 8 seconds of talking, you can realize that I got a mouth on me, and I want to tell you your baby's ugly.
Yeah.
But you know what? Here's my shirt. Cover it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I went to go see my commander, he goes, Sergeant Phelps, flight attendant? Really? I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, you put down flight attendant. I'm like, no, I didn't. I put down flight engineer, which is 1 Alpha 9, I believe it was. He goes, no, it says flight attendant. I'm like, yeah, clearly I don't want flight attendant. He goes, General so-and-so? I'm like, yeah, I knew of her. He goes, she's one of the pilots for Air Force One. He goes, if you want to do it, he goes, we can push stuff through and possibly get you that position. I'm like,
oh, shit.
I got tattoos on my forearms. Like, I didn't have what I have on now, but I'm like, I got tattoos on my forearms. Probably won't happen for Air Force One.
You could put on like long sleeves though, right?
Yes. However,
I guess it's Air Force One. They can take where the fuck they want.
Yeah.
It's just like, why would they even bother with that? Why not get a guy that can also wear short sleeves? Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. Plain and simple, just like that. Obviously, a lot more military jargon, but exactly, that simple. So I'm like, EOD, want to do bomb squad? Or this new career field and do, fly drones. Like, that's all we know as. There's no information out there, but it was brand spanking new. So that's what I did. But for photography, like when I was in Jersey, it saved my life. Okay. It saved my life numerous times after I've gotten out of the military and retired.
Okay.
How? Like I said, I was doing a lot of drinking. I needed to find something to get my mind away from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Skiing and snowboarding. Well, skiing for me, you can only do it in the winter.
Yeah. You gotta.
Summertime, my partner Rob I was telling you about, we had jet skis, and you got the Delaware River, you got the ocean. We had a blast,
Yeah.
But I needed something else to get my mind off of it. So I picked up my camera. I'm like, I had a Kodak Easy Share, a little point and shoot pocket camera. I'm like, screw this thing, I'm going to upgrade a little bit. And then just went from there and started shooting and getting my stuff published in the Air Force. I got stuff in the Airman's Magazine, which goes all across the Air Force. Because, like I said, combat camera belonged to our wing. Mm-hmm. But they're down in Charleston, South Carolina. We're up in Jersey. Mm-hmm. We had one public affairs officer for 900 people. So when we would go out and do an exercise or a real world, I only did exercise. I was never fortunate enough to do a real world mission for it. Mm-hmm. Once we would set up Tent City, which I was responsible for, was the tents, the heating AC. Yeah, our tents had heating and AC. shower facilities, power, everything was set up. I'm sitting around twiddling my thumbs. Like, what do I do?
Yeah.
So I started shooting for public affairs on the side, just as like an extra duty when I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a bunch of my photos published. My photos were printed, 24 by 36 all around the wing, which is pretty freaking cool.
Yeah.
Quite humbling.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's showing what we actually do. It's showing us doing training, showing us doing these maneuvers, showing us doing, setting up these tents on Fort Bragg, which we haven't had an airdrop of people jumping into this airfield in Fort Bragg since the 80s.
Yeah.
And I was there to capture it, too.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
Yeah.
So it just kind of stemmed from that, for me getting my mind off of interrogating some of the worst people that ever walked this planet during our lifetime, to get out and have zen. Like, photography is my zen.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. You got to have something to occupy your mind. If you don't, I've gone down that road where if you have, it's like idle times, idle hands are like the devil's work. It really is. Like, you'll start to just get into bad shit. We're going to resume in 10 seconds. Let me turn on the heat. All right.
Sorry.
I'm fucking freezing. Yeah. So, yeah, it's no, you do.
Yeah. So
you need
being
something to
idle.
Yeah, it's
your mind will go some crazy and amazing places. Now, if you can channel that energy.
Yeah.
I say energy. I sound like a hippie, but if you can channel that your mind to do stuff, you'll be surprised at what creativity you can come up with it.
Yeah.
Like, you'll start psychoanalyzing your speech and what you've talked to people about before. Mm-hmm. And shit, why I say that, that's probably offensive. Yeah. That can come back to bite me in the ass. Yeah. Kind of just those little things, you start critiquing yourself.
Yeah.
That's human nature.
Yeah.
So I've been to all these places. I've been, Baghdad. I've been Dubai, Seoul. I played against the Korea national soccer team when I was stationed in Korea on the base soccer team, during the World Cup in 2002.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Alaska for Northern Lights. Like, I've been all over the place. My family and friends are never going to visit these places. So I started thinking, hey, how can I do this to show these places how I see it? Mm-hmm. To show these places on how I feel when I see it. Mm-hmm. People will go to the Grand Canyon. On my computer right next to I have, can you see it?
Yeah.
So that is Bryce Canyon in Utah.
Okay.
How can I show that to people? I'll send you the picture so you have it, so you can see it high res too.
Yeah, thank you.
How can I show that when my parents are never going to be able to go there? Mm-hmm. Or my brother's never going to be able to go there? Or my best friend from high school is never going to be able to see it. You're not going to be able to see it, mm-hmm. Or when you do go there, it's going to look different than that.
Yeah.
There's a storm that's 80 miles away in that picture that was rolling through, and at nighttime, you can see all the lightning in it. It was awesome.
Yeah.
So how can I share these moments with you, with the rest of the world?
Yeah.
When 20 years from now, that may look completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Like Niagara Falls, they control the amount of water so it doesn't erode away so fast. So, okay, now I have to perfect my trade and my skills with my camera to be able to capture that.
Mm-hmm.
For you, what's the easiest way to master your camera?
Use it nonstop.
So, okay, there's a good point. Take your microphone, for instance. Have you read the manual for your microphone?
No. Okay, yeah. So, all right.
That simple. 95%, probably 98% of people don't read manuals because they think they know how to operate said item.
Yeah. Plug it in. It'll work. Yeah, and here I am. I've had it for 3 years. Still don't know how to use it.
Yeah, you're about ready to drop kick it.
Yeah.
Kick the baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, like, seriously, like, you grab the manual and read the manual on it.
Yeah.
Or download the newest version of it and read the PDF.
Yeah.
You read these manuals, they're going to tell you how to use it.
Yeah.
So, okay, I understand bracketing. Bracketing is shooting a normal exposed photo, an overexposed photo, underexposed photo.
Okay.
Photoshop, you put them together.
Blend
so the overexposed photo will show the shadows.
Uh-huh.
The underexposed photo, meaning it looks darker, is going to show the highlights and the clouds better.
Uh-huh.
Normally exposed will fill in the mid-grade.
Yeah.
That's called HDR. Your phone does it. Oh, that's what HDR does.
Yeah, no, I've always seen it. I've just never really thought what it was. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. You get the high dynamic range. You get the whole range of shit. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sense now, right?
Yeah. Simple shit that I've always just like HDR. Like, to me it's
why?
like it's better.
It's fucking manual.
Yeah, exactly.
But really, like,
I
always want to know how stuff works.
Sure.
Which is why, like, when I graduated high school, I went into forensics.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's knowing how stuff works. Then segue into photography, all the stuff that I've learned over the years, being a mechanic, interrogator, dealing with IEDs, doing interrogations, doing RPAs. I learned all this stuff. So now I have my little personal drones, a Mavic 2, Mavic 2 Pro, Mavic Phantom 3 4K. Using these little drones, knowing my expertise that I've been trained, over $1 million on how to fly the Predator, I can fly these little drones and crash the shit out of them all the time.
Yeah.
But I know how to push it further to its capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing with photography with doing on a drone. I know photography very, very well. I'll boast myself a little bit. But then do it on a drone, bam, it's even more.
Yeah.
I'm putting myself above other people.
Yeah.
And one of the things with me is, if this is ingrained in from being in the military, I'm sure JP's the same way, is if we're going to teach you something, we're going to teach you how to do it better than we know how to do it.
Okay.
So if I'm going to teach you how to do photography and I have 2 hours to take you out and show you how to use your camera, you're going to tell me what camera you have. I'm going to read the manual the night before. No joke. We're going to go out and we're going to use your camera. After those 2 hours, you're going to feel like you just did 10 hours in college and then you had to work for another 8 hours after that.
Yeah.
Your brain's going to hurt. I'm going to make your brain hurt.
Yeah.
But you will retain it. You're like, oh, yeah, that's right. If I do this and you take that picture, it's going to come out great.
Mm-hmm.
So from getting away from, the rubber stamp of PTSD from doing interrogations. So when I did interrogations, when I was done, when I came back, I was a mechanic again.
Okay.
I didn't stay in interrogations. It was a special duty.
Okay.
It was like working in the post office or military post office or being a drill sergeant. You do it for 3 or 4 years. This was 20 months and I was done.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to go OSI, I could have put my package in for it. But I didn't want to go OSI because I worked with them over there and they kind of sucked.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't like the way the dynamics of that whole organization worked. I'm not trying to badmouth them whatsoever.
Yeah, it just wasn't for you.
I didn't feel safe or like it was going to be the reward that I wanted.
Okay.
So I went back to being a mechanic, man. That was depressing. I went from top of the food chain where Petraeus knew me by name for IEDs and government corruption and stuff I was working on. Helped rewrite the Army Field Manual for human intelligence. Human intelligence.
Yeah.
There's signals intelligence. Yeah. There's
ELINT.
And there's human. Well, there's a bunch of other ones too. Comment, communication intelligence. So I helped rewrite the Army Field Manual on human, which is still used today.
Damn.
You know, and I was an Air Force guy doing it. Going back to being a mechanic, driving the flight line in Mountain Home Air Force Base, Idaho. It fucking sucked.
Yeah, it's like underemployment. It's you feel capable of so much more, and here you are, you know,
coming back where these people think, oh, this is the best job in the world. The Air Force, the military, like, revolves around what I do, changing out the oil filter on an air compressor.
Yeah.
Really? Does it?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. But that's the dynamics of the military. Like, every person has the best job in the military. Whoever you talk to in the military. JP can be like, hey, as an analyst, he had the best job in the world while he was doing it. Mm-hmm. You can talk to a cop. Oh, yeah, I had the best job in the world. All right. Tell me about it. Did you deploy? Did you make an impact? Or did you just check ID cards at Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota? Mm-hmm. You know? That's the dynamic of the military and how we do our training to motivate people so they do the best at their jobs. Mm-hmm. Not trying to take away from it. I'm not whatsoever.
No, yeah.
Job is important. But that goes to the non-ers and the operators. I'm sure you heard the term non-ers before. I'm pretty sure JP's probably said it once or twice.
I've heard it. I don't know what it is.
So that's better light on me. A non-er is non-operations. So being out on the flight line, working, turning wrenches on aircraft. You're on the flight line. You're making sure that aircraft can fly to do the Air Force job, or the Navy, or Army, or Marines, Coast Guard, and whatever. Actually, Coast Guard, pretty cool. A non-er is a person who works in finance, sits at a computer all day, typing in people's errors and taking money out because we got overpaid on a TDY or a deployment to Africa for 6 months, and they went to LED for 3 months. Or I was in Baghdad for a year with the Army doing interrogations on the worst people, and I had a 4-day pass. You can see 4-day pass down to Qatar, and I go into the age shop, aerospace ground equipment, and it was the people I worked with in Idaho. And I've got my full kit on and everything. They're like, yo, what's up, G.I. Joe? And they're wearing coveralls, short sleeve coveralls, T-shirts underneath with the sleeves cut off, so it's like a dickie.
Yeah.
Boxers, socks, and boots. That's all they were wearing.
Yeah.
And I'm wearing, 25 pounds of equipment. I had to have sleeve down all the time because I'm coming from a combat zone.
Yeah.
And they got medals, almost the same medals that I got.
Yeah.
And they did their normal job, and they were able to drink 2 beers or 3 beers a day when I couldn't have any for almost a full year.
Yeah.
So there's that tension of ops, flight line to non-ers.
Okay.
So that kind of makes a little bit.
It makes a lot more
sense.
It's okay.
So it would be like someone being in the Marines who was infantry and a door kicker compared to a cook.
Sure. Okay.
Granted, that cook can still fucking slit your throat,
but
it's going to take them 4 or 5 tries to do it after you put the spatula down.
Yeah, or it's being the starting quarterback and getting the Super Bowl ring and being the third string and you never even put your cleats on, but you still get the ring.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
or the towel boy.
Okay.
Which is actually services. People that are cooks, they also work in the kitchens too. Mm-hmm. So they're literally towel boys and women.
Okay.
Non-gender, non-binary. Is that how we do it now?
I don't know. But, so yeah, you get that. So what, were you a little like disillusioned with it or?
I was angry. I was upset.
Okay.
Like I had so much more to offer, so much more to do, and I couldn't do it.
Okay.
Every time I went to try to do something, I would come across a roadblock.
Okay.
oh, you can't do that. You're just an age guy. Oh, you don't do that anymore. You got to focus on this.
Okay.
The way I am, I want people to do better, work better. I keep looking to see if my router's back on. That's why I got to look under my other monitor, and it's still showing red. Spectrum's down right now.
This is fine. Where we are right now is fine.
But it was doing photography and even doing interrogations in human. It's sharing life experiences with people all around. You know, yeah, I did interrogations. Yeah, I interrogated some really horrible people. But what's the key word? People.
Yeah.
If you're put into their circumstance, you and I would do the same thing and probably do it a hell of a lot worse and a hell of a lot better.
Dude, I had a guy on a couple episodes ago as an Israeli Special Forces. And he was telling me, and he's literally in Israel. He like sent me his like military ID. It's all in Hebrew and shit. He's like, I can't tell you who I was like, that's fine, man. And but we're talking, and he's like, you know, you go out and you hunt these terrorists, and he's like, if anyone wants them dead, it's me. Like, I'm a Jew. He's like, and he's telling this to me. He's like, they hate white Americans. He's like, they live to kill Jews. And I was like, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I can't imagine. Like, I hate terrorists, but I can't imagine being a Jew in Israel. And he goes, but I feel so bad for them. And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, because guess what? He goes, if I grew up there, he goes, I'd be in Hamas. He goes, there's nothing else. There's no food. There's no education. There's no opportunity. And all your friends are joining. We're all going to die young. If you don't join, you might get a bullet anyway. And and he goes, I just so happen to live in a country where it's more civilized, and we call it the army. He goes, I'd be there. He goes, I'd be there too. He goes, that doesn't mean I have to kill them any less. It's zero sum. It's them or me. Yeah. But he's like, I feel so bad for them. Yeah. He's like, because there's nothing. He goes, trust me, if they had a fridge full of food or a community college they could go to, they wouldn't be wearing masks with RPGs. They'd be learning how to code. He's like, but they don't have that. And they don't have any parents to show them otherwise. All they know is the little tiny world they grow up in. And it's, the West is evil. Jews are evil. And you have nowhere, there's no opportunity for growth. You don't know how to read. You don't know shit about world history. You know this little tiny desert enclave where you are. He's like, if you or me were in that scenario, he goes, and then most of them are 16, 17, 18. What do you do when you're that age? You're rebellious. You get in trouble just to get in trouble. But we get in trouble and we get yelled at by our parents or teachers, and if we really go in the military, get slapped around, okay, because they don't have that. So it's just this. It's uneducated, illiterate, no money, no food, no opportunity, and you're rebellious. You're full of testosterone. And some older people taking advantage of you are going, hey, here's some guns. Let's go be heroes. Yeah. And he goes, yeah. He goes, I feel so bad for him. He goes, and he smiles. He goes, I still have to kill them. And I will. I mean, he goes, I will, and I do, and I have. But he goes, I feel for him. And I was like, yeah. I mean, but what you said, people. It's, some of these people, some of these people just truly are evil motherfuckers. But, man, a lot of it, doesn't mean you got to blow them up any less, but it's like, I grew up in the United States, a white male in a middle class family in 2000, born in 1990. I got handed a pretty sick card. I got handed a pretty good, hand. If I'm over in fucking war-torn bumblefuck Istan and they got nothing going for me, shit. And the only thing I have are a couple friends, well then why wouldn't I? Of course, I'm going to try to be the most badass in their eyes freedom fighter that I can be. In our eyes, target that needs to go away. But
it's a hard dynamic. It really is. Most people who've done combat deployments, I'm not saying like the whole LED thing, people who've been in Iraq, Afghanistan, parts of Africa, Philippines, South America, they know what it's like to not have anything same as the enemy, because we were so secluded from everything. I was a fobbit when I was in Baghdad. Yeah, I went to the Green Zone a few times. All right, did some handovers, getting detainees, other stuff. Mm-hmm. But that's it. Like I was never really outside the wire. Got stopped on a couple convoys because the convoy ahead of us got ambushed. Mm-hmm. Kind of pucker factor, but we had it cush. Like, I was on Camp Stryker. The Army unit, or the Army, it was Fort Drum was there at Camp Stryker when we were there. And we would use the Haji internet, like we call it. So we pay the little Haji dude freaking $50 a month for internet. If someone got injured or killed from Fort Drum, on Camp Stryker, they would black out all communications. Phones would be black, couldn't use them, couldn't use the internet or anything until the next of kin were notified properly and such, like you see in movies.
Okay.
Like, that actually happens.
Okay.
So we went through, and our contractor got our own internet. So we always had internet, even if Stryker was blacked out, we still had our internet. That's Gucci, dude. Like, that's cake.
Yeah. That's.
Or if I wanted to call home, I would go to Camp Cropper, where we do interrogations. But when they close on Abu Ghraib, then we're going to Camp Cropper. Go there, and I can go to the phone place and call back home.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I had it lucky, but I still, for doing that for a year, to get in your car and drive, like I did this morning, and go to Best Buy and get my $12 fucking coffee, that's nice.
Yeah.
I love that freedom to be able to go when I want.
Yeah.
Granted, I was deployed trying to make that area and the world a safer, better place. But flip side to it, I understand where they're coming from on this stuff. I'm not taking their side, nor would I fucking ever take their side.
Yeah.
Nor do I support their beliefs whatsoever.
Yeah.
But that's why you see like a lot of veterans get angry at Democrats. I'm not trying to talk about political. I'm just making a point.
Yeah.
This is why we get angry, because we've been through this. We've lived through being over there. We've lived with them. We've worked with them. We've helped them change their lives and their countries and the world. And you have these pussy hat wearing twats that are so offensive and repulsive to themselves by showing off their hairy ass armpits when they're just trying to make a point when they've never done anything for other people.
Yeah.
They've all, like I said, that silver spoon, the American silver spoon. We're all born with it in our mouths.
Yeah.
No matter what color, race, creed, if you're born here in the United States, you have it in your mouth.
Yeah, yeah. And
I'm for it. We've earned that over 200 years, 243 years, to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And it's an insult to every person ahead of us and after us who's done something to make this country and world a better place. Not just, shave the whales because they're hairy. I mean, throw away the plastic bags and straws.
Yeah.
So-and-so said grab him by the pussy. Yeah. Well, when you're at home with your husband and you're pegging him, you're not talking dirty to him.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here,
Yeah, it's pearl clutching. It's fake anger. I gotta pee again. Dude,
Jesus, man.
I've had people tell me like, dude, you might need to get your prostate checked, or at the very least get sponsored by like talk about with interrogations. Or what you, I don't know what you're allowed to talk about, or if you are allowed, what you even want to talk about, if you don't want to go there.
I will respond in typical interrogator fashion with a question. Like, how do you think interrogations work?
Okay.
Like, tell me how you think an interrogation
how do works.
Exactly.
Well, no. Don't you try to catch?
No. I'm being serious.
Yeah, no. Don't you try to basically catch them in lies, you know, through consistency, through multiple days of interrogation, you try to build up what you think is consistent and then see if they stick with that. And then if they deviate from it, you can observe those deviations and try to extrapolate what they may do during, if they're lying. Does that make sense? Like, you try to build up and see what's true, and then you try to catch them in inconsequential lies, but nonetheless see what they do when they lie, or what their physiology says when they lie, and then you can extrapolate that and go, okay, well, now we know he's lying here about something that is, you know, were you wearing a blue shirt? Yes. The next day, were you wearing a blue shirt? Yes. Third day, were you wearing a blue shirt? No. Well, he just lied about that. Doesn't matter that he was lying about the blue shirt. Did you know Abdul? No. Well, hey, his heart rate just did the same exact thing when he said, my name's Tommy. Is your name Tommy? No, it's Bob. Heart spikes. Were you at this place on this night? No. Heart spikes. Identical. Isn't it?
Okay, so with that's a polygraph.
Okay. Well, then fuck it. I don't know.
Well, no, exactly. So I'm sitting here. I don't know if your heart rate spikes or not without knowing what your resting heart rate is, and what's your raised heart rate, what's actually going to get you flushed.
Okay.
Or change your seat position.
Okay.
I don't know this until it happens.
Okay.
Do you know how many interrogations you've done?
Me?
Yeah.
0.
Not your entire life.
Okay.
Every single conversation you have with somebody is an interrogation if you want to put a fucking label on it.
Okay.
When I say the labels, shave your armpits.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Labels are just that so people can get a fuzzy for what's going on. What an interrogation is. Are you married?
I'm not.
You got a girlfriend, boyfriend?
No girlfriend, no boyfriend.
But have you had one in the past?
Yes.
Okay. So when you met Shim, he or she?
Her.
I'm guessing she.
Yeah.
When you met her, did you meet her? Just take an instance. Have you picked a girl up in a bar before?
No.
Have you picked a girl up in a public place before?
No. I have no game. No. When I started dating her, I met her in class.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. So you have a common point of interest.
Okay.
Which was a fucking perfect segue. Thank you. Yeah. You have a common point of interest, right? You were in class. You go to the same school. You're the same age. Same, you both like chocolate milk. You both like Mountain Dew. You both like $12 shitty coffee from Starbucks instead of Dunkin',
Okay.
You had these common points of interest. When you're talking to someone, you and I, our common point of interest is JP.
Okay.
You're interested in what I do as an artist and what I've done in the military to lead me to be my artistry today. Common points of interest. We both know electronic devices. We have a dozen right now without even counting. The average married couple American couple have between 9 to 13 common points of interest. Food, music, where they're from, family, favorite color, cars, so on and so forth.
Politics.
9 to 12 common points of interest.
Okay.
Me doing interrogations, I would have 80 plus per detainee. Were they real? Marif, which is Arabic for I don't know. I'll never tell.
Okay.
So if our spouses that we see every day and we love and all that, and we have 24 common points of interest, what do you think it is for myself or other human collectors to have dozens upon dozens of common points of interest? That person's going to trust you more. That person's going to open up to you more.
Now, are these? You obviously don't have to answer. Are these fabricated? Hey, so
both,
for me,
both yes and no.
Okay, for me, I do have family in New Jersey. I'm very familiar with New Jersey, but let's say I never had been. If I'm interrogating you, let's say I hadn't been in. Fuck it. Let's just say let's say you live in Canada. Oh yeah, no. So I have family in Canada, Nick. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're in it.
Oh yeah. Okay. The
human response is to narrow it down to what we have in common.
Yeah.
Do I want to talk to you?
Okay. Yeah. Hey, my buddy JP flew drones. Okay. You like Starbucks? Oh, I like. Okay. Now, does it matter if they're real or fake, or does it matter what your presentation of them are?
Exactly.
Because you can figure out if I'm lying. Like, oh, you fought in Iraq? Me too. Like,
yeah.
No, you didn't. Fuck off. Like, you know.
Like where? You know, like for me,
there was sand.
I was NCOIC, not commissioned officer in charge for a while of screening every detainee coming into the prison. I was this guy that was my supervisor. Excuse me. And when he went on his R&R, I took over for him, changed a few things around, and intel collection went up. Like, it was great. So I spoke to majority of the detainees coming into Camp Cropper. So I had anywhere between 10 to 20 minutes to sit down with Abu Douchebag and his brother and his father and his cousin and his uncle, because the Marines rolled them up because they were trigger happy that day and wanted this area cleaned up. I get it. I can figure out why they're there. So there's 3 things we were looking for. Knowledgeability. Military terms. Do they know anything?
Mm-hmm.
Placement and access to that knowledge. How close are they with the imam that has weapons cache in the mosque?
Yeah.
And cooperation. Are they going to work with us?
Mm-hmm.
So it was my job in those 10 to 20 minutes to figure out what each detainee's tells were, if they're lying or not, if they're going to be cooperative, if they had the knowledge, and placement and access.
Okay.
It was quite a big responsibility. Like, from there, I would assign that detainee to interrogator Y or interrogator B or D, or depends who they were, because I know all the interrogators. I know their techniques. I know
different strong
suits. Their approaches. Like, everything can be done with approaches.
Okay.
You can't go in and slap the shit out of someone. Well, you can't do it anymore anyways. But I can't just go in and yell and scream at somebody because the person's 18 years old and they're going to be intimidated by that. They're going
to hate you. They're going to hate you and they're not going to cooperate.
I'm going to walk in my first 2 seconds, I'm going to gauge your body posture. Then I'm going to go from there.
Okay.
Are you all cuddled up? Are you fearful for your life? I walk in. Are you going to piss yourself? Good. I'm going to use that to my advantage.
Okay.
I'm going to use your nonverbal communication to what you're doing.
Okay.
My way to tell if a person's lying is their hands. Everyone's like, oh, their eyes look up to their right or up to their left, or however you're saying it's backwards, or they're looking down, or they shift their weight. Yeah, those are tells, but people are accessing memories in their brain on telling the story. I do it. I know that I look all over the place. That's just me.
When I'm listening to a podcast guest, I look at them. When I'm telling stories, you can watch any of my videos. I'm searching through the Rolodex. So, okay. So you read their body.
Exactly.
You read their hands.
For me, it's reading their hands. So a person's hands, when you walk up to a person and you start talking to them, you're going to ask them their name, where they're from, what they do for work. Or you talk to them, hey, that's a nice car. How long have you had it? You know, those little conversations, you're going to see people tell the truth. Then when you start getting into kind of like an emotional response, you're going to see a person's body language absolutely change.
Okay.
Like me asking you if you're married or a girlfriend or boyfriend, you leaned way back and you're like, oh, I'm here, you know, like.
Oh, yeah, for me that was.
Like, why are you questioning me?
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, okay. All right.
So just that little bit right there is exactly what I'm talking about.
Now what does that tell you, though? Like, you can just observe I move back, but did that help predict the answer, or is it just something? Is it something you note and then you could compare to future interrogations? He leans back when asked. I guess what you would do is you'd find out my answer and then see if I'm being truthful. Okay, he does that when he's telling the truth.
Exactly.
Okay.
A really good interrogator already knows the answer to the question.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I like going in blind. Like, did you look at my stuff? Like, I was actually being curious. Like, did you look at any of my photos at all before?
Yeah.
So, like, when I started talking about one of them, or if you have questions about some of them, like, hey, how'd you shoot that? Why'd you shoot that? Where were you? What was going on?
Yeah.
You know, I can already have them set up so I can email them to you right away.
Yeah.
So when you edit this, you can throw it up over the screen so people can see it.
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking that. But it was also to see if you actually checked out some of my work before.
Well, I found you. Well, JP sent me your Instagram. That's how. So I had to have.
Yeah.
No, because if you scroll down, it's the couple down on the left. You have one that looks like the facade of the World Trade Center. It's not the World Trade Center, but at first glance, I wasn't sure if you would take, because those are obviously when the World Trade Centers were standing. That was a rather common photograph. Not just looking up, but because it's the World Trade Centers were pretty much unique. You look at any modern skyscraper, they have setbacks, and that's from zoning laws. But if you look at World Trade Centers 1 and 2, those fuckers were just straight up. So what you could do is...
Yeah, like, fuck you, we're doing it.
Yeah, exactly. 2 middle fingers. And not only that, it was a load-bearing facade. If you look at that's what was very unique about the World Trade Centers is all the weight was held. You have the core. But if you ever look at pictures of the floors of the World Trades, you don't see beams going through. It's that cage structure. Well, because of that, they were all, it was a very geometric converging to like a point in infinity. And I saw that picture, and so I did look at that. And then...
For that picture is actually the state building here, and that's like a 3-minute exposure, so I kept the shutter open for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Which I'll get back into more of the photography stuff.
I was going to say, and I clicked on one of the ones you emailed me right when you called me, but it was the one from above. The drone had to have been a drone shot. It said Long Lake. That's what the label was, but it was all trees, or it looked like a river going through it.
Yes. For that one is actually in a magazine. That's why I sent you that one.
Okay. Well, anyway, dickhead. I looked at your pictures. Fuck you.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. Like, I want to know this. So, like, as a common point of interest, okay, you looked at some of my photos. We got talking points. We got stuff to talk about. Like, that's all interrogation is using the human dynamic to extract information to be used in any sort, matter, or form, depending on what it's for. Okay. You go buy a car, you're going to be more aggressive with a car salesman than you are the person in the movie theater getting you popcorn.
Yeah, because there's no negotiation.
There's no benefit.
There's no negotiation.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's just
I'll give you $3.85. No, douchebag. It's $4. Do you want it or not? Yeah. Next.
Yeah.
All right. You want to play hardball? Okay. No, honey, take the kids. I'm gonna. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I'm gonna fight this and not see my movie.
Okay.
But so it's just a dynamic of human conversation and using it to extract information.
Do you want them to know? Isn't it disadvantageous for them to know you're the interrogator?
Well, I mean, it's clear in day who the hell I was.
Well, I guess what I was going to say is, would it be, advantageous for you to come across someone else? Because as you're telling me you're an interrogator,
which is one of the approaches, which is a false flag.
Okay, well, I was going to say, because you told me, like you said, like, oh, you leaned back, and then you bring up pictures. So now, I can now not unlearn that you're an interrogator. So now I'm examining everything I do. Even though there's no, like, I'm not hiding. It's a podcast. I invited you on. Like, but I now know you're an interrogator. So whether or not I have a reason to hide or whether or not I think I am consciously and or unconsciously aware that you're an interrogator. So now I'm very conscious of my hands. What am I doing with my hands? Now I'm very...
I can't see your hands. So that's...
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, you don't want to see them. But is that... If let's say you're interrogating Abdul Shithead... Is it in your interest that he doesn't know you're an interrogator? Or maybe another interrogator comes in and you come in there and you've got your white coat and you've got, or not your white coat, your collared shirt with your pencil protector, your pocket protector, and you're just, is there a benefit to them not knowing you're the interrogator? Because Operation Paperclip in Ashcan, the prison we set up in Europe right after World War II, when we had all the top guys there, like Walter Dornberger, I don't think von Braun was there, Otto Ambrose was there, Arthur Rudolph, a book by Annie Jacobson, you should listen to it. They go in and they couldn't get anything out of these motherfuckers, right? And it's the top. It's not guys that we want hung at Nuremberg. It's guys we want because if we don't, Russia's going to use them. Soviet Union's going to use them. Well, initially, this guy had been training. He'd been watching all these Nazi films all throughout the war. And this guy was, learning all their, learning the different things they do, how they address each other. So even if they're, because they're all shaven, they're all trying to get rid of their Nazi paraphernalia. Mm-hmm. The U.S. had trained, the OSS had trained these guys to be like, we need you to be able to spot them through shit that they think we don't know. How, the dynamic between superiors and, I guess, inferiors. So when this guy first got there, he's talking about, he's like, I'm so, I'm nervous. I've been training for this forever. And here are these guys that were at the most secretive U.S. prison in Europe. And it's all these, and it's, I'm the tip of the spear for like the intelligence community. And he's, fuck, I've been training for this moment. And now the door opens and here he is. Here's Otto Ambros. Here's Walter Dornberger. Here's Dr. Blomo. And when he sees this guy, whoever the Nazi was, apparently the first thing he said, he's like, oh, are you the wellness officer? Because, like, this is against the Geneva Conventions. I haven't gotten a new pillow in 3 days. And the guy said, like, think you just on his feet. He said, yes, I am your wellness officer. So to disarm them. So, and because the Nazis, these top guys, they were all really just little fucking bickering kids. They all gossiped about each other. It was all about status. Who got a new razor? Who got a new clean towel? How come he gets 2 pillows? I only got 1 pillow.
Yeah.
So he started talking to all these guys saying, well, I'm here to make sure the U.S. is treating you correctly, not knowing that this guy is with the OSS, obviously the predecessor to the CIA. Yeah. And he used that to his advantage because they wouldn't talk to interrogators. They thought he was there to see to it that they were treated nicely. But in reality, he is the head interrogator. And that's how they got shit out of each other. Because the more they gossiped about each other, he'd give them more stuff. Here's an extra cup of coffee. Here's between you and me, here's a clean towel. And that's how they got these top Nazis, not through gunpoint, but the point is so they didn't know he was an interrogator. So that's what I meant is it in your interest to not let them know? Granted, these aren't the top Nazi brass. This is Abdul Shithead that was rolled up.
These are top Al-Qaeda and Jaish al-Mahdi and Quds Force and Boko Haram.
Yeah. But for
berries,
But for guys that aren't the top of the chain, the guys that were just rolled up with everyone, maybe you don't want to put as much.
Everyone from
the
guy at the wrong place, the wrong time, to a guy actually fucking a sheep when the Marines captured him.
Yeah,
his dick was in his sheep and they tackled him.
Yeah, shouldn't have been standing there.
I'm not even fucking lying. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
But all the way up to parliament and government corruption, which I helped bring down a branch of the Iraqi parliament for their corruption.
Jesus.
Can't go too much into it from there.
Okay.
But yeah, there's quite a bit. Like we would deal with everybody. And false flag was used quite often. Meaning, yes, I was United States Air Force in Iraq doing an army job. Would I wear my uniform in the booth? Fuck no. We all had Velcro name tags. I had different names. I had different ranks. Every day was wearing something different. We were authorized to do that because people that worked in the chow halls or in the BXPX on base or other places like the call center, those guys, a lot of them from Pakistan and India, call them blueberries. They all wear like blue. All the people, the third country nationals, all the people doing construction would wear blue helmets, so we call them blueberries. Those guys, if they get caught with a cell phone that they're not supposed to have, they're going in the prison with Al-Qaeda.
Okay.
And these guys are working with us. They live a couple trailers down from us. We have to show our actual ID card to get into the chow hall. They know our real names.
Okay.
So around those guys, we would still wear numerous different things. So the false flag is the actual term. I would wear a civilian clothes. I wear a button-up shirt, polo shirt, khakis, jeans, 5'11" pants, and go in. Clean shaven. I was still clean shaven then, but clean shaven and go in and do the interrogation.
Okay.
Did they ask who I worked for? I just said the U.S. Or I'll say Canada, or I'll say Great Britain.
Okay.
I'm just informed. All this stuff was pre-approved under Geneva Conventions, part of the interrogation plan, for us to do that.
Okay.
So it wasn't just going in ad hoc and just do it.
Yeah.
No, it was signed off by JAG. It was signed off by a senior interrogator, signed off by your team lead. it was signed off by our 06, or some of the stuff had to be signed off by the task force commander, which is a 2-star Marine general, or General Petraeus himself. Like, a lot of stuff had to be signed off. If we kept a person in the SHU, separate housing unit, so they were segregated or separated. Segregation is a military police function, or police function is segregation. Separation was military intelligence operation.
Okay.
If they were segregated, there was the military police keeping them apart because they're going to fight or something's going to happen.
Okay.
Separation by intel was, we don't want that guy there because he's going to run that camp. We don't want that guy there. He needs to be in his own little cell by himself.
He's going to what? He's going to what the camp?
He's going to run the camp. He's going to take over.
Okay.
Like, if you put a high-level imam into priest, cardinal equivalent, you put one of those guys into one of the camps, like the main prison camp.
They'll have them mobilized.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So you can't keep them by them. You put them by themselves.
Okay.
We're over in Compound 5, which is where Saddam was, Tariq Aziz, Chemical Ali, all those guys. So for the SHU, to keep someone in the SHU, the separate housing unit, after 30 days, it was General Petraeus signing off on it. Okay. Because Petraeus was there, in charge of it in charge of Iraq when I was there in 06, 07. So anything over 30 days had to go to Petraeus' desk, and he had to sign it himself. Okay. Why is this guy still in the SHU? Put him out into the camp. No, sir, don't do that. He's going to take over. It's not going to be good. Okay. And it actually happened. There's a guy that was sent out into the camp, and they praised him. They bowed down to him, essentially.
Oh, fuck. Now, can you get that guy on your side? Hey, go get him to bow down to you. You're going to double-cross them all.
Well,
or are we just going too deep down the intelligence rabbit hole now? Like,
yeah, kind of.
Okay.
I don't want to get too much
into it, but no, that's fine. So all right, yes. But you had a guy that went in there and they bowed down to him.
Yeah, essentially.
Fuck.
And we didn't get intel for a couple weeks.
Okay.
And then, exactly what you said, hey, if a person says that they're like a human collector or anything, if a person ever says, help me, help you, just give them one of those.
Okay.
I fucking hate that phrase.
Okay.
Help me, help you. It's such a cop-out,
Yeah.
Come up with a different way to say it.
Yeah, or just do your fucking job. It's hey, your job's to help yourself.
And that's even getting blown out of proportion now. Just do your job,
Yeah.
Which is true. I said it before about driving. Just do your job.
Yeah.
But it's a amazing. It was the best job I've ever had in my life. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah. I had access to everything that was going on, what was going on. We had some. I would say I'd be probably middle of the ground interrogator wise, for our team. There's 54 of us, 56 of us, 2 people I didn't count. It's our generation's band of brothers. When the last person retires in the next few years, after that, I want to push our story forward.
Yeah.
Kind of like the band of brothers. Their story didn't come out until 2001.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I thought it was when the last one was dead.
Yeah, that's when the classified stuff comes out.
Yeah. Okay.
But just to get our story out there. Now, there is this one guy, and I will gladly throw him under the bus. I'll use his fucking real name. I'll use his fake name. I'll tell you the stories about this motherfucker, and you're about to laugh your ass off.
Don't use his real name for my sake, for my podcast. I don't want him to come after me.
You ain't got nothing to worry about.
Okay, fuck that guy. What's his name?
Fuck, man. If we had a chance to fratricide this fucker, we would have.
Oh, Jesus.
This dude...
Wait, so is this playful hatred, or do you guys actually not like him?
Oh, it's... I don't like him. If I see him right now, I'll...
Okay, well, don't...
In his throat and watch him bleed out.
Okay, well, then don't use his real name, because... Okay.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Okay. But yeah, so what about this guy?
So he loaned his M9 pistol to one of the other guys in our unit who was going out to help recover one of our missing. This guy wasn't qualified in the M9, but he took an M9 just as an extra sidearm as he's going outside the wire to help recover and find out where one of our guys is missing.
Okay.
Comes back, gives a pistol back to Josh. I'll just keep it at Josh. I won't use his last name. I'll just use his first name. I'll use his pseudonym when he writes his books for. We'll come back to that. So Josh gets a pistol, puts it in his holster, goes to work. And we had 2 shifts, day shift, night shift, 12-hour shifts. As day shift is leaving, night shift is coming in. Every time you walked into the building, you would have to clear your weapons. M9, drop the magazine, put the barrel put the muzzle of the pistol into the clearing barrel, rack it back, check to make sure there's no magazine, there's not a round in the chamber, release the slide, put it on fire, pull the trigger so it's clear.
Yeah.
Put it into your holster.
Yeah.
He racks it, pulls the trigger, goes, bang, not my fault. Whose fucking fault is it, you motherfucker? You just shot a clearing barrel inside the prison in front of our command sergeant major, in front of our commander, in front of everybody. Whose fucking fault is it? You dumb fuck.
Abdul shithead?
Yeah. So for those that can't teach. Those that can't teach college. Those that can't teach college, write books. This guy wrote a book called Interview with a Terrorist is what it's called now. Before it was called something else. His pseudonym that he goes by is James Rassone.
Okay.
His wife, who had a crazy eye, had a lazy eye, JP will laugh at this. You track something over here and you're scanning over here at the same time. Her eyes would track while scanning. Yeah. Like a chameleon, but she was a potato. You won't get in trouble for that. So she married him so she could get TRICARE, the Depend-A-Potamus.
Yeah, Dependosaurus.
Yeah. She married him so she could get TRICARE to get her eye fixed, and she actually did. Somewhat. I mean, her glasses are still thick enough to be, a backup lens for the Hubble. But, so this fucking guy wrote the book called Interview with a Terrorist. You can download it on Amazon. I'm not promoting him whatsoever.
Fuck that guy. I'm not going to buy his book.
Read it and take it with a grain of salt. Why? Because it gives you a limelight into the interrogator. Because he was taking notes and writing stuff down while we're doing training and interact. It does give a good light into the interrogations that we used to do. That's the only thing good I'll say about the book.
Okay. You
read this book, you might go, this guy is the best interrogator in history. Jason Bourne can't touch this guy. Like, this guy was the shit. This guy, when I was about to get out, this is when the Snowden reports came out, he sent me emails and Facebook messages trying to confirm the top secret information in the Snowden reports, if they were true or not. Yeah, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Like, when it comes to classified stuff, it's going to the grave with me. I'm never going to talk about it.
Yeah.
But these little stories like this kind of gives limelight on how shitty people actually are.
Yeah.
So, our commander from Iraq retired back in May of 18, I want to say. Yeah. So I went out to St. Louis for his retirement. We're about to leave, and one of our guys goes, hey, did you know that Josh got arrested in Orlando back in October? Like, for what? He was trying to solicit unprotected sex from an undercover cop during Operation No Trick, No Treat. There was doctors that were arrested. There was 150, 200, 300 people arrested in Tampa alone for Operation No Trick, No Treat. He brought a note from his doctor stating that he does not have a STD, so he can have unprotected sex with a prostitute.
See, this guy's not bright.
He went to Oxford in England for college. He's somewhat book smart.
Or he's plain dumb like a fox.
No, he's dumb. Like, this is a guy where you'll cut his Achilles tendon and you be like, yeah, you deserve that.
Yeah.
Like, he's just...
Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, like saying that book, like, if you do read it, it's just kind of a limelight into the interrogator complex.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But with a grain of salt, like, he hyped himself up so much. His wife helped him rewrite the book, and she was never in the military. Yeah.
Yeah. Getting those book sales, though. I mean, maybe he's just trying to get that paper.
And he's done like a World War III series, you know, like a fictional series on World War III. That's why he's trying to confirm the classified stuff in the Snowden reports.
Fuck that guy.
Digress. Operation No Trick, No Treat. So, interrogation was a blast. Like, I learned a lot from it. I helped train OSI on better questioning techniques when I was in Jersey. Like, it was great, you know, to see people like, oh, that makes sense. That's how you would do that. Like I said, it's knowing whatever I do, I try to learn everything I can about it. From not just a manual, but from practically doing it. You know, like back to photography. Like, I just graduated from Mohawk Valley Community College right here, and I won Best in Show for SUNY. And it's a
SUNY.
Community college. What's that?
Yeah, it's a SUNY. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's 64 SUNY schools.
Yeah, I applied to all of them. I applied to all of them when I was applying to medical school in 2013. Yeah. So SUNY schools, their education here in New York, one of the things I'll say about New York is education is phenomenal. It's so great here. It's great. If you're a New York resident, you can go to school for free in New York State as long as after you graduate, you stay for 10 years, and it's paid for. Yeah.
There's amazing programs. I will not dog it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, I was about to graduate. I was one of few people to be asked to put one of my photos in. And then the art dean and the other art professors picked the photo they want to put in of mine, and it went to Albany, to the SUNY headquarters. They then brought in art critics from New York City and God knows where else, but they were in New York City. They came up and they critiqued all of our art, from sculptures to paintings to fine art drawings to photography, which even still today in 2020, photography is still not considered an art. Conversation for a whole another podcast. But because it's realistic. Art is not realistic. I guess that's where the line is.
Yeah.
It's too real.
Yeah.
So, as beautiful as it is, it's still too real. But, so these art critics critiqued 160 pieces of work, and they picked mine as Best in Show. So, the one I sent you, do I have it? Of Zion. It says the Virgin River in Zion. It's an infrared picture. I'll talk to you about infrared in a second. It's like white and blue, right?
Yeah, I've seen infrared photography. Yeah, infrared's badass.
So, a little bit about infrared photography. Human dynamic. I want to know how my eyes work and my brain works so I can take a better picture all around. If I know how that works, I know how to work my camera, then I can put it all together. It's building that masterpiece with tools I have. Our rods cannot pick up infrared energy. Goats, camels, llamas, giraffes, their rods can. So they know what foliage to eat has the most water content so that they can eat it and stay alive. We don't have that luxury. If you take your TV clicker, especially an older one, and you push a button and you can see it flicker, that's so close to the red spectrum, you know, red, yellow, orange, green, blue, indigo, violet, violet. It's so close to the red spectrum that our rods can pick it up.
Okay.
So every single camera, to the webcam up there, my forward-facing camera right now, camera on the backside, every single sensor that we use today has an infrared block or infrared cutting filter on that sensor, where the sensor picks up red, green, and blue. There's twice as many green pixels as there are red and blue.
Okay.
So say your camera's 30 megapixel. That's 30 million pixels on that sensor. Half of it is green.
Yeah.
The other half is red and blue.
Yeah.
Combined.
Yeah.
So the human eye picks up more green than it does the other spectrum. It's in the middle of the visible spectrum. So I set one of my cameras off to have that infrared filter taken off.
Okay.
And then they put on a 720 nanometer filter on that sensor. So then green foliage in direct sunlight becomes white. Like camels, giraffes, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that picture of Zion with the blue stream going through, which is actually the Virgin River, and the sagebrush just off of that is actually green. The rocks are reflecting that infrared energy back at me. That's why the rocks look white, even though they're reddish, brownish. But that picture won Best in Show for SUNY.
Fuck yeah.
And like the text earlier, like you said, Ansel Adams, the critics said that my work was like Ansel Adams and keep an eye on my work because that's what's up and coming is my work. Fucking humbling, dude.
Fuck yeah, it is. Fuck yeah, it is.
You know, like that's great. I was humbled by that. Like I knew I won. I went there. My biggest supporter went with me, my mom. You know, like I was gone for 14 and a half years making up for her. Lost time with her. My brother passing. So I try to spend how much time we can together. So she went with me out to Albany. My dad, his back's kind of messed up, so he can't walk long distances and stuff. So it's a 2-hour drive, so he didn't end up going. But, you know, it was very humbling, you know, to be called like the next Ansel Adams.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Ansel Adams couldn't interrogate people or fly drones, so fuck it, man. You're a trifecta. You're a triple threat. Ansel Adams could only take pictures. You can take pictures, fly drones, and you can interrogate Abdul shithead.
Yeah, and
fuck yeah, man.
With Ansel Adams was OCD. He would, when he was in the darkroom working his prints, he would reprint and reprint and reprint until he got the times exactly how he wanted for the blacks and the whites and in between.
Yeah.
The zone system is what he used and called.
He had some fucking beautiful his pictures of was it Yosemite or Half Dome? Yeah. Those pictures. Yeah.
I still have yet to visit there.
Yeah, I've never been. Yeah. No. Yeah.
But like I still shoot film.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you were holding it up earlier.
Yeah. Like this is actually you can't see it, but it's slide film. Like like our slides.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, a couple of years ago, I found a whole bunch of things like that in my grandma's closet, and I remember looking. I was holding them up and I was shining my iPhone light through them. Dude, some of them were crazy. It was like a wedding in like the 50s in like some church in New Jersey. And it was all these the big Cadillacs. All the guys had slicked back hairs and cigars. I was like, dude, I think my family's from the mafia. Bobbity
boop boobity bop.
Yeah, bobbity boobity. Yeah, dude.
But like I process black and white color film and slide film in my kitchen.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
My
hope the DEA
temperatures
DEA doesn't come in.
Actually, once you mix the chemicals, so you have your developer, your stop bath, and your fixer, or Blix when it comes to color. Once you mix those together, they become neutral.
Okay.
I add Dawn dish soap to it to break it up even more.
Yeah.
So when you put them down the drain, water treatment facilities are engineered. Think about the laundry soap that we use to wash our clothes.
Yeah.
How caustic and toxic is that shit?
Yeah.
That shit doesn't break down in water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it breaks down grease and dirt in your clothes, but where does it go from there?
Yeah.
It goes to the sewage treatment plant to be cleaned out, turned into waste, and thrown in landfills.
Yeah.
Like, my chemicals for photography become nothing.
Really?
They're still there, yeah. But
biodegradable?
That small trace of silver that's left, it's not enough to even do anything with. It was on the film, that's how a negative is silver exposed to light or not. So, yeah, like, going back to shooting itself and using different types of media from film, 120 film, which is wider film, to slides. Like, it's fun.
Yeah.
Great. Getting out and shoot. I have film that's infrared also. It's black and white infrared, but when I frame up a shot, and depends where I'm at, I kind of think in the back of my head, like, okay, Ansel Adams or Peter Lick, L-I-K. He's the wealthiest photographer in history. He's made over $400 million in photography.
Jesus Christ. I didn't know that money was possible.
He has the world's most expensive photo, and it was shot in Antelope Canyon in Page, Arizona, and sold it for $6 million, if I recall correctly. I don't have internet, so I can't fucking pull up and see.
Jesus.
Thanks, Spectrum, douchebags. Don't sponsor us. Or don't sponsor me. But Peter Lick was from Australia, came here because he wanted to shoot the national parks of the United States. And he has galleries all around the world, all across the United States. And like when I shoot, it's like, can I shoot a picture better than him? Can I shoot a picture equivalent to him? He's using a Phase 1 camera, which is a $50,000 camera without a lens. You know, it's a like 80 megapixel or 100 megapixel camera. That's my dream car.
Yeah.
You know, that's my dream to own one of those one day.
Yeah.
He still shoots film. And the way he edits, the way he does stuff. Same thing with Ansel Adams. It's not just shooting, it's how to put it onto the paper and then get a print off of that for Ansel Adams. So he was doing Photoshop before it was Photoshop. He's doing darkroom techniques that went to the grave with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like stuff that he did, no one else could ever do or reproduce, even still to today.
Jesus.
When I go out and shoot, I'm thinking, okay, here's a spot, here's this cool little waterfall that 1 million people have been to. How can I make it look different than everybody else has shot it? What can I do with my camera or filters or angles or lighting to make it different?
Mm-hmm.
And I've realized in the last couple of years that like my niche is like doing exposures that are longer than like a second.
Mm-hmm.
So a normal picture is 1/60th of a second, 1 hertz. Normal picture, you know, you want that meter in 1/60th of a second. Like I said, back to my brother showing me how to do it. I'll do pictures that, like the one of the lightning, the 3 strikes of lightning, that's 2 8-second photos put together.
Okay.
The shutter stays open for 8 seconds.
Yeah.
The one of the infrared of Zion, that's quick. You know, it's click, click, click. You know, that's like 1/500th of a second.
Mm-hmm.
Complete opposite, but stitch it together for that panoramic effect. So when I go out and shoot, I put filters on my lenses to, you know, I can go out, it's not sun shining now, but I can go out in pure sunlight and shoot for 2 minutes because the filters are so dark.
Mm-hmm.
So the clouds are nice and moving. The trees kind of look blurry because they're moving a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The water is like glass, or it looks kind of like it has a fog over it.
Yeah, it's
like smooth and silky.
Yeah, like those traffic pictures where you get like a highway or something, and it's just
you can see all car lights
red
going
light
down.
and white light. Yeah.
Or if I'm out shooting and I want to shoot a scene in New York City, and I want to shoot the Empire State Building and not have people in it, I'll shoot it for 2 minutes. Those people are going to be moving. They're not stationary enough for a light to reflect off of them onto the sensor or onto the film, like my hand is right now. If I move it super fast, you see that frame for a split second.
Yeah.
Now, if I capture it, right now I'm at probably 30 hertz or 60 hertz or frames per second. It's capturing it. When I'm shooting long exposures of a building, you won't get that movement. You won't see the people in it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I have one of Niagara Falls that I did. I was there back in November. And, yeah, there's some people that were stationary for the 30 seconds I shot it. Other ones, it looks just kind of blurry. Mm-hmm. The colors, they're moving slowly. If they're walking normal speed, you won't see them whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
It's knowing your equipment. It's knowing your media, no matter what you're doing.
Yeah.
For bleeding iris photography or any other bleeding iris tag that I used, it was N. Phelps Photos and Editing. That's original. That's great. Hey, you started somewhere. My name's out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people see it. They see stickers that I did for a while on business cards. All right, it's not catchy. It's not trendy. It's not Amazon. It's not San Pellegrino. It's not the Lakers. It's not, you know, something that's branding, something that's there in your face, that's different, that people won't forget.
Yeah.
A name, we'll forget it. I'll know your face for the rest of my life. I'll know your name for the rest of my life. Can I put them together? No.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right. I won't be able to.
Yeah.
Usually. But so when I was flying, we would do block leave. So we would have 3 flights. Here we go. 3 flights in our unit in New Mexico. 1 would go on leave. So 2 would have to fly 12-hour shifts to cover for that 3rd flight being gone. So summertime, we'd do block leave in summertime. Then we would do it for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. So you can go home, see your family for Thanksgiving or Christmas or New Year's.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, when JP was first in the community, there was no leave. You didn't get leave because you were flying nonstop. They didn't have the manning. That's why they made up the new career field. So on this block leave, I'm flying 12-hour shift, 10.5 hours in the box flying that day. I had a boudoir shoot that I had to edit so I could get the book made so the girl can give it to her fiance for Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Valentine's Day. I don't know, it was summertime, maybe anniversary or something. So staring at the computer screens for 10.5 hours. Then I come home to my 27-inch monitor and I'd edit a photo shoot, which is a lot. Connor, I told you about, he comes in, he's like, hey, man, you want a beer? I'm like, yeah. He goes, you all right? I'm like, no, man, I feel like my eyes are bleeding. He's like, what? I go, get out, walk out. I'm like, just grab my beer, you know, like, he goes out, comes back. I go, bleeding with the G or without the G? He goes, without the G. So I text my brother, Chris, the one who passed away, because he was a tattooist and artist and phenomenal artist all around great person.
Mm-hmm.
As you know. I asked him, bleeding with the G or without the G? He's like, without the G. Bleeding iris photography started. It felt like my irises were bleeding.
That's good.
Irises are like fingerprints. Every single iris is different. That's why our phones have retina or iris scans now in infrared.
Yeah.
Yes, an infrared camera on our cell phones to scan our retinas or iris. Everything goes back in a loop.
Yeah.
So the logo. Worked with SEALs for numerous years throughout my career. My unit in Jersey were the Devil Raiders. We didn't fly the American flag. We flew the Jolly Roger.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, how can I make this different? Well, in special operations, once you get certified in mission qualification training, now you're Air Commando. You're in special operations, Air Force Special Operations. You're part of the community. You're part of the team. Mm-hmm. So I usually carry it with me everywhere I go, or when I'm in my house, it's attached to my camera bag or whatever. So my actual issued SOG dagger,
Jesus Christ,
is the knife that's in my Bleeding Irish logo.
Yeah.
And the eye patch, because you don't want to see a hollow hole.
Yeah.
So I have the eye patch with the blood coming underneath it, and the other crossbone is a camera.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Bleeding Irish photography.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I saw the logo over your shoulder earlier when you were back before Spectrum shit the bed. What was it? Order of the Bayonet? Did it have anything to do with the dagger? Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, the Order of the Bayonet is...
Well, I recognized the knife. I wasn't sure if it had anything to do with your SOG knife.
So that is, when I was in the CRW in Jersey, flying the Jolly Roger, we would do airfield seizures with Green Berets. We would, once they took over airfield, we would start Force Module 0, bring in Tent City, set it up so we get all the airflow going, bring in supplies and troops to take over Baghdad or Afghanistan or wherever next, Tehran. Who the hell knows?
Is that just to get the foot in the door kind of thing?
Yeah, like we're the first ones there.
Yeah.
Special Forces were first, then it was us.
Yeah.
So Order of a Bayonet is, if in the military you have to fix a bayonet today, shit has gone wrong. Yeah. You survived the nuclear holocaust. Shit shit's beyond real.
Yeah. If you're back to blades and you're not doing like some CIA Special Activities Division or Delta Force assassinations or something, if you're just down to a blade in general, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, where you're out of ammo and you're fucked anyway. So,
yeah,
the bayonet there. The bayonet there. Is actually an M16 or M4 bayonet.
Okay.
Yes, they actually make them. You see the Marines with the pugil sticks using one of those ones. And when I was in Jersey, I got two of them. I got one from the Age shop, which is that one, right? No, that's from my unit. And the one from the Age shop was the AK-47 bayonet.
Okay.
On the muzzle of the AK, you see like a little nipple on the bottom. That's where the bayonet attaches to it.
Okay.
All of them have it. You can go to Walmart and buy, well, not New York, but you can go to Walmart and buy AK, and it has that little nipple on it to fix the bayonet.
Yeah.
That's what's actually there. That's what that little thing's for.
Okay.
So, Order of a Bayonet means that you are a badass warrior.
Fuck yeah.
Like, you're one of the elites, which is humbling, too. I'm like, I'm just doing my job.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the Order of the Bayonet.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Did that have any influence on you putting the blade into your Bleeding Iris logo, or is that just me pointing something out that? Very good question. I've never been asked that. Well, not many people know about the Order of the Bayonet besides the people I was stationed with. Well, I was also just looking at it over your shoulder, and it was in my mind. No, that's a good question. Yeah, actually, if I think back about it, you know, like, how can I make my logo different? How can I make it stand out? How can I incorporate my military experience into it?
Into what I do today? Because if it wasn't for the military, I would probably be a forensics cop somewhere, local, state, federal, who the hell knows? You know?
Yeah.
Like, going back to forensics, when I was in high school, I worked with the sheriff's department with I was in the forensics department and in the jail on road patrol, and one of the forensics guys, who's now passed, unfortunately, he taught me a lot of my photography techniques I use till today.
Mm-hmm.
My brother Chris that passed, one of his good friends, one of his best friends, that was his uncle that taught me.
Okay.
And so much so where I've helped process crime scenes. Now, mind you, I'm in high school. I'm doing all their film for the county and some of the state. Did the aftermath photos for the Woodstock 99, you know, how it burned down and everything. I did a lot of the aftermath photos with the sheriffs and the state police. I was in high school.
And they're allowed to hire you?
I was an intern.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was through the BOCES program I was telling you about. Yeah, it was actually very fortunate. That's how, like, photography has always been kind of there in my life.
Now, do you think could you do, like, I don't know how the fuck you would do it. Would you be able to ever, stupid question, because I don't think you'd be able to, but if you could do, like, artistic shots with, like, a Reaper or Predator, like, not a normal drone, like, I just feel like with, like, the ceiling on those things, I feel like you get some badass shots, but unfortunately you can't access that for glamour shots. That's for military operations.
You mean like having people in front of it, or like on the ground, static?
No, I don't know.
Like
just fucking using it for whatever. Just for whatever.
That would be through public affairs. There's some of the people that I've flown with that have had those shots done just because they needed an article for Air Force Times or talk about the community in RPAs with PTSD and Brandon Bryant. I'm sure JP's talked about that douche. Like, no, Brandon Bryant.
Not that I.
He's the one that went like public about drones and Snowden and PTSD and everything in drones. He's pretty much that guy Josh is talking about for interrogations.
He's Josh.
He's Josh of.
He's drone
the
Josh.
RPA.
He's drones Josh.
Yeah, he really is. And fuck, I don't want to talk about him, but Brandon Bryant was just in Missouri and threatened to go after the city for them building behind his house. Like, he brought a wooden stick into the fucking court. I'm not even lying.
He's that guy. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Some people are just that guy.
I hate giving people like that publicity, but you got to talk about the stupidity behind it.
Yeah.
And how those people don't actually matter and what goes on.
Yeah.
So it's doing that would be talking with public affairs and getting approved by SecFPA, and there's a lot to do to it, but yeah, there's ways to do it. Like your buddy, the guy was on there the other day talking about aerial photography.
Bradley
and airplane.
Wenzel?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said you knew his stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stuff.
Yeah, I texted him. I was like, hey, man, I'm having on a photographer tomorrow. He says he recognized your work, and or he followed your work. He was super stoked. He was like, what?
Yeah.
Someone follows it? And I was like, yeah, man, fuck yeah. I saw a shot on Reddit yesterday, some World War II bomber, and I got the link and I was gonna text it to him. I was gonna be like, dude, this looks like your work. And I looked at the username and it was his. And I was like, oh fuck, I'm an idiot. I was texting him his own work, like, hey dude, have you seen this? Like,
he's like, yeah, I saw it.
He's like, yes, I'd have fucking took it, dumbass.
Yeah. I just had to plug my phone in.
Oh, you're good, dude.
There we go. Cool.
You're good.
I gotta readjust.
What is let me turn the heat off. It's getting toasty in here. What do you think about the B-21 bomber? Because it's supposed to have drone capabilities.
So why are you going into Lockheed Skunk Works with me?
What? They're not. No, that's Northrop.
Well, it's Northrop, but it's also Lockheed Skunk Works because they worked on U-2s, which is the first aircraft I worked with.
U-2?
Yeah.
Well, no, the B-21 that's Northrop. The B-2 is Northrop.
But it's still, Lockheed has a lot to do with the stealth.
Okay. But no, I was just getting... So you can't go into it? I was just asking. I was asking you loosely. I didn't know you had fucking any involvement with this.
I don't. I know a lot about like the dark planes, you would say, because like I said, that was the first aircraft I worked with was the U-2.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned a lot about it and how that stuff works. And the B-21. I mean, obviously, I just read about it the other day. I don't know too much about it, but it's gonna be pretty badass. I think. I hope.
Yeah.
I mean, we have stealth fighters. We've had the F-117 since the mid '80s.
SR-71 technically was the first incorporated stealth, right? F-117 was the first like true. Have you read Skunk Works by Ben Rich?
I have not.
That's a fucking good book, dude.
Is it?
Yeah. Get the Audible, man. You'll fucking listen to it in a day. It's insane. Talking about the SR-71, the drone they used to put on it, the D-21 drone.
That kind of just became unclassified recently too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But as far as G.I. Joe, we used to get they copied a lot of stuff from the military. G.I. Joe had like an SR-71 that had a drone on top of it.
Yeah.
For the military, and that was back in the late 80s. The military would never confirm it.
Yeah. Well, it would...
And not 2019, they did confirm it.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess they couldn't really tell G.I. Joe to not make it because then that would confirm that it is something. You got to just not acknowledge it at all.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, I think JP and I brought up the B-21 in the first episode because it's going to have the capability to just be flown remotely, which is insane. There's other RPAs out there too that are like that. But that are already stealth. So, I mean, we got stealth all across the board. Yeah.
Next is helicopters. Once they become like when they did the Bin Laden raid.
Yeah, Neptune Spear. Yeah.
Yeah, those were supposedly stealth.
Yeah. Do you think that there will ever be a... this is something I thought or tried to make a Photoshop of a while ago. Do you ever think there will be like a stealth refueler, like a KC-135? I was thinking, my idea was like, what if you retrofitted a B-2 with like a boom, and you could have that thing refuel Air Force One. You don't want to give away the fact that, for whatever reason, let's say Air Force One needs to be refueled midair. You don't want to advertise the fact that it needs to be refueled midair because something's clearly not right if you got to stay up, like 9/11. So, I don't know. Or, you don't want it to be a military target, some other, state actor sees that Air Force One's getting refueled. Well, you take out the middle link, the refueler, force them down. Well, I had an idea of like, what if you had like a B-1B or a B-2 and outfitted them as just refuelers, and they could go meet up with Air Force One, which got me thinking. I feel like there's no stealth tankers that we know of.
Exactly.
That we know of, yeah.
And I'm sure there's other countermeasures that they use for jamming radar and other ways to hide said maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There's stuff that goes on that I couldn't even think of working from in a think tank environment. Like it's a great plausibility, but they've had so much trouble with the KC-10X just recently. Like that was an absolute billions of dollars to redo it to what they have now, and then they still got to redo it. So to develop a stealth doing that, the biggest thing is the heat signature.
Mm-hmm.
The radar is easy to hide. The heat signature is the hardest thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the F-117, the B-2, other stealth aircraft, excluding the 35 and 22, exhausted out the top.
Was the SR-71 or was it the F-117 that they actually dumped cesium, the element cesium, into the exhaust trail because it actually made it like almost disappear. Super radioactive. Ben Rich talks about it. He says they put cesium in the exhaust trail, and that's how they could basically make it disappear. Because it didn't matter how stealthy the SR-71 was when there was a fucking legitimate like plume coming out the back. It was like it didn't fucking matter.
You're going 3 times the speed of sound. Like you're going faster than the missiles at their fastest speed. So there's really no worrying about that.
Yeah.
Just the amount of fuel that it would take.
Yeah. What do you think about the SR-72, the successor?
I don't know anything about it.
Well, no, or Lockheed announced that they were working on it. They announced it in 2013 that they're working.
Oh yeah, it was 2014 when they declassified Area 51, saying that it was a test grounds for U-2s.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, yeah. It's in November 2013 they said they were working on the SR-72, and that it would go twice the speed of the SR-71.
Oh, I'm sure they. Yeah, there's a scramjet technology.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we see it and know about it, I want to know about it. Otherwise, we ain't going to see shit.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Is I was with John when he had picked me up from the airport, and we saw that, and it was because John worked for GTRI at Georgia Tech Research Institute, doing aviation, doing jet engines, and I remember we saw that advertisement come out, and it was like should be it should be flying in 20 to 30 years, and I remember John saying that means it's been flying for 20 to 30 years. Yeah.
Like the Predator was designed in a guy's basement or a garage, not basement, garage. And we always made the joke of when an engineer designs something, they're going to design it to the space that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
And then the redesign is going to be done professionally. So if you're designing an aircraft like the Predator Reaper and you're doing it in your garage, you don't have... It's weird. No, I see like my arm is blowing out from the sun coming through the window. Looks just great. So the tail boards of the Predator, they don't go up, they go down.
Mm-hmm.
Because his ceiling in his garage is only so high. It's actually true.
That's insane. Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah.
Shit.
That's why the Predator goes down, and he designed that. I think the first one was like 88 or 89.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, it wasn't able, like he couldn't fly it because they didn't have the technology and such to fly it. But the first flights from the Air Force were mid-90s. I'll keep it at that. I'll just say mid-90s. First armed was 2003, I want to say. If I recall the unclassified time, it was 2003. So, like, the F-117's been flying...
That first flight was 79, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
The F-15's been flying since the 60s. The B-52's been flying since the 50s. The U-2, since the 50s.
Yeah. Yeah, the B-52 and the U-2, those motherfuckers are never coming down.
So the U-2 was so close to being mothballed.
Mm-hmm.
Saying no. What we would have to do to replace one U-2 sortie, one 10-hour shift or flight over the Middle East, one U-2, we would need 5 to 6 Global Hawks, a rivet joint, and a dozen plus RPAs to replace the U-2.
Just for one U-2.
There's no replacing it.
Yeah.
If we could actually physically collect on U.S. persons, if they flew over L.A. for 1 hour collecting all the signals intelligence, we could bring down every major drug dealer in the world.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Now, there's so much intel from that. Like, there's so much footage from RPAs alone that's collected in one day. It would take 5 years for them to analyze every frame. With the number of people we have now, there's not enough.
Yeah.
So doing something like, say, with the U-2 or another type of aircraft to collect on U.S. persons, which is against the law, would be, insane.
Mm-hmm.
All of us would go to jail for something.
Mm-hmm.
Speeding, talking about whatever. We're all going to jail for something at that point.
Yeah.
There's no point to it.
Yeah.
Because then what replaces all of that? Okay, you take down every major drug dealer in North and South America, and China and Afghanistan. What then replaces all those people? That's the question.
More people fill the void. You feel the nature abhors a vacuum. Yeah. It's almost better to keep those in charge that are in charge and just monitor them and have some sort of controlled chaos rather than just new, uncharted chaos.
Yes.
In my brilliant, my years of intelligence. Like, not that I fucking know. I always find myself, I'll be talking like, as, what?
It's true, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no, it's better to have, shit, you go, knock out Saddam or Gaddafi, and it's like, they're horrible people, but fuck, they were keeping it in line, or, you have some sort of structure. It's terrible, not saying it's good, but it's some structure is better than no structure, even if it's terrible.
If you take Iraq, for instance, right?
Yeah.
We fucked up in Iraq. How do I explain this? Actually, I just got back. I was at the bar, actually, just across the street from me. Talking with my brother. This guy comes up, hammered out of his fucking gourd. I'm like, I didn't want to I knew him. I didn't want to facilitate him whatsoever. He goes, oh, you just got back from Iraq? I'm like, yeah. He goes, how was it? Before I could even say anything, he's telling me his opinion. Then why ask a fucking question?
Like, he's an interrogator. He knows the answer. He has his answer.
But that's the difference between, you know, actually trying to find the answer and knowing the answer.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, if you're such an expert, how did we mess up in Iraq? He's like, what do you mean? I go, if we shouldn't be there, how did we mess up? He goes, I didn't say we messed up. He goes, we don't mess up. I go, that's where you're wrong. I go, if you give me 2 minutes, I'll explain it to you. If not, let me buy a beer and get the fuck out of my face.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, all right. And my brother was like, really? I'm like, yeah, just give me a minute. I go, picture Russia coming in to America. Just going with it, not anything else. You know, picture Russia coming in. They abolish our government, they abolish our military, and they abolish our police force. What's going to happen? Bloods and Crips are going to unite. Well, MS-13 and all the Latino kings and them, they're going to unite. Aryan Nation, the Jews, the Catholics, they're all going to unite in their sects across the country and their groups across the country. Then they're going to start fighting amongst each other to grapple the power overall. Mm-hmm. There's no police force. You have this military forces here. It's going to kill you regardless, or fight you regardless. When you're trying to make do for your family, that's how we messed up. When we went into Iraq, we abolished the government and their military and police force. Mm-hmm. There's no one there to replace that vacuum, as you said, or the void. So then what? Then we put someone into power, Prime Minister Maliki. Well, actually, he was voted in, but before him, I forget the dude's name. We put him into power. He hasn't been in Iraq in 10 years. Now he's running Iraq. People in Iraq didn't want to listen to him. You know, like, who the fuck are you? Mm-hmm. That's what we did in Iraq. We messed up. Mm-hmm. I'll admit it. I'll vouch for it. We messed up. But how do you fix it? If you have a problem, don't come to me to bitch to me or with me. Mm-hmm. Bring me a solution. Mm-hmm. That's like every troop that ever worked for me, every person that ever worked for me. Mm-hmm. Every problem, I don't want to hear it. I don't care. So I know about the problem. I have the same problem. Have a solution or more than one solution, then we'll work together on it and fix it. Mm-hmm. How do you fix Iraq? Exactly. We were doing it. Mm-hmm. Not trying to get political. Yeah. Then Obama and Hillary came in, and they completely withdrew from Iraq. The last official war the U.S. has been in was the Korean War. It's been a ceasefire since 1953. All other wars have been campaigns or operations. Mm-hmm. Global Eagle, Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation New Dawn, the Vietnam conflict. Mm-hmm. The last official war has been Korea. So by us going to these other countries, we can pull out of there at any time. Vietnam, we pulled out, let them do their own thing. World War II, we were in England, Germany, Japan. We're still in those countries. Mm-hmm. Italy, we're still there. Korea, we're still there. We're defending that country. I defended that country. Like, I'm wearing the American flag on my sleeve, and the other sleeve is the Korean flag. Mm-hmm. They're my people. I'll put my life on the line for them. I have no idea who they are. Mm-hmm. Iraq, when we completely withdrew, we said, fuck you guys, you deal with it. Mm-hmm. It's your problem now, and we messed up. Mm-hmm. What under a solution to get them back on track. That's the biggest fuck up of it all. Mm-hmm. And I take it personally because I put my life on the line to go there for a year, mm-hmm. make Iraq a better place, make the Middle East a better place, and they shit on it. Mm-hmm. The solution for Iraq was there. Mm-hmm. So it's trying to find one now. And with who's in office now, it's coming along. It's not black and white. It's not. There's people who I interrogated who live 10 blocks away from me right now. People who kill Americans or U.S. citizens living 10, 20 blocks away from me, if that. Do I have a problem with that? Fuck yeah, I do. Because they still want me dead. They still will go after my family and friends. But will they? No, because they're here living the American dream.
Mm-hmm.
Rulers now. Once they become U.S. citizens after 3 years, they can go out and get a home loan.
Mm-hmm.
Home. And work at Chobani, which is right here. Like, they're living the American dream, and that's what they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that they did while they're back in the original country in Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, wherever it is, they come here to make a better life for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And 99.999% do. There's still those factions of a little bit. But back to how do we fix Iraq, that's the $1 trillion question. How do you fix it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like kind of like what the Israeli soldier had on, talking about like Hamas. It's like when we talked about it, it almost seems like the way you fix this stuff isn't through conventional, military operation this or bomb that. It's like, it seems like it's like, well, how do you like truly like rob cartels of their money? Is it a bigger war on drugs? No, it's legalized it, so it robs them of their black market profits. And it's like, how do you end all this shit in the Middle East? Get rid of a need for it. How do you get rid of a need of it? Resources, jobs, opportunities. If you can go work, or if you can go, go to a community college, you're gonna be less inclined to jump in a pickup truck with a 50 cal on it.
So if you take Afghanistan,
yeah,
they don't care about roads. They don't care about schools. They don't care about stuff that we do.
Yeah,
stuff that we think makes the world turn around. They care about their family and their tribe, which is their family, their towns. How do you fight that? You can't fucking fight that.
Yeah.
Why are we still fucking around Afghanistan? What's the biggest resource in Afghanistan?
Opium.
Nope.
Oil.
It's in the ground.
Oh, rare earth metals.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's been ongoing for 30 years.
Yeah. That one never comes up. Oil and opium come up. Rare earth metals doesn't.
Nope.
All the shit we need for all our electronics, our Tesla batteries, it's all right there. Unfortunately for them, because America's going to come deliver some freedom. That's what always happens.
Yeah. That's resources.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, it's... How do you fix it? How do you work with that? If you know that, then you should be a freaking politician or work with your politician to help them solve it.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have the answer? Fuck no. Do I want to have the answer? Yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, you're painting yourself as a target.
Mm-hmm.
You're against the man. You're against the system. You're stirring the pot. You're making waves. No, this is the problem that we have, and this is how you fix it. Or this is one of the ways that you fix it. But with that, like those deep thoughts, like, okay, how do we fix this stuff? That will wear on you, like you said. With idle minds brings
the devil's hands.
Yeah, it does. So, okay, here in Central New York in Utica, how the fuck am I going to fix it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've never missed a vote in my life. I'm not trying to talk about political stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've never missed a single vote in my life, ever. I've always absentee ballot wherever I've been in the world. I've always sent it in, always. That's one way. Another way is actually finding a way to get out in the public and use your fame. Colin Kaepernick taking a knee. Fucking douchebag. But you know what? You have that platform. Use that platform in a different way to actually make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Take little shithead Greta, the little Nazi sympathizer. She looks just like the Nazi propaganda photo
the braids, yeah.
Yeah. Like, okay, the only thing that she hasn't done in the last year is go to school. You're not making a difference. You're not getting any smarter. You're not doing anything. Everything you do is scripted. You have.
Well, I feel bad for her because I don't think this is any of her doing. I think she is being used by her parents. Because she has she's mentally challenged. She has either autism or Asperger's.
Yeah.
That's what I feel bad. Yeah. That's what I feel bad about.
Like, sometimes I wish I was more of a potato than I am now, which you can't say the R word. But, like, sometimes I wish I had autism because life is so much simpler. Or a person with Down syndrome, I love them because their hearts, their compassion, it's not like us.
Yeah.
We're ingrained to feel every feeling and use it against ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
They use it for sheer happiness. And I love that. So, like, you do your meditation.
Yeah.
You in that balance. For me, it's going out doing photography.
Mm-hmm.
Me going out and shooting film or electrons with my digital cameras. Me going out and getting in nature, getting in downtown Utica, New York City, Seoul. Getting out and taking photos is my zen.
Mm-hmm.
It's my therapy. It's my go-to. If I am having a bad day, then I'm going to go shoot, or I'm going to sit at my computer and edit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it in silence, or I'll have music blast. Same thing when I'm out shooting.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go out and shoot. Will you ever see the photos? Probably not. I have terabytes upon terabytes, and I couldn't tell you how many tens of thousands of negatives that people have never seen.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because it's my therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just shared one on Instagram the other day up in the Adirondacks, one of the most beautiful places in the world, right here in my backyard. There's a river that comes down, it's up by Whiteface Mountain in Lake Placid. No, not the movie Lake Placid, the actual real Lake Placid. Fucking stupid.
The big house.
This river comes down through. There's some cool waterfalls and stuff, and I shot it with film, and I shot it with my camera. And there's a black and white one of the waterfalls. Like, you go on my Instagram next time. It's probably the most recent, or a couple of posts ago. And the way I'm standing there looking at it, and there's people walking across the footbridge that I'm on and stuff, and a couple of people stopped and asked what I'm doing. I'm like, I have a pinhole camera. It's a wooden camera with a little tiny pinhole in it. And I got that. They're like, what are you doing? I go, I'm building a fucking sandcastle. What do you think I'm doing? Quit jumping on the bridge, you know? Or I was telling people, like, stop, don't walk on the bridge. They're like, wow, it's about to fall in. No, it's not. Like, I don't want you walking across the bridge, shaking my camera. Now that 5-minute exposure I did is because you couldn't wait 8 seconds for me to finish my photo. So, like, I'm looking at it, like, the whole zone system I said with Ansel Adams doing HDR. Essentially, what Ansel Adams did was the perfectionist of HDR on analog film.
Mm-hmm.
And when I go out and shoot, that's exactly what I'm looking at, is the highlights, the contrast, the shadows, the gradients. How can I make everything stand out in those pictures?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I do. Like, it's the science in my head, and it's distracting me from the world going on around.
Yeah.
That's why, like, I love photography.
It's
shooting.
Yeah. It's like what Andy Stumpf, the SEAL Team 6 guy that was on Joe Rogan, he talked about, like, you could see the change in, like, the first episode. He, like, moves into, like, he just moved from the city into, like, a small town in, like, Montana or something. And then he comes on a year later, and he's not talking nearly as much about, like, the first episode. He's talking about, he's like, you know, I'm retired now, but I'm thinking, you know, I'm looking at Iraq, I'm looking at Ramadi, I'm looking at, you know, I'm like, oh fuck, we need it. And a year later, he's talking less about it, and he's like, Rogan's like, Andy, like, what's the way you deal with this now? And he goes, you move into a small goddamn town in the woods and just block it all out, because that's how you deal with it. He goes, it's just, I did my part. Now it's just, if I'm not there, like, I'm not gonna let it run my life. Like, he's like, I go skiing and hunting with my kids. He's like, I just block it out. Like, around here, I retired at 14 and a half years for a medical retirement. If we got to cut it short, let me know. No. You're fine. My computer's getting hot as fuck, so I'm gonna have to end it soon. That's why I opened the window to let in some cold air. My MacBook is. Yeah. Really? Oh, screen recording? Jesus Christ, is it old? No, it's brand new. This thing gets fucking hot when I'm screen recording, and I'm in a cold room. This,
shit, that's cool for you.
No, this and putting it in iMovie, dude. This motherfucker heats up. I've got a cooling pad under it, and when I'm editing, I turn this big fan on, dude. It's thing. You put your hand on this side when I'm editing, where the fan's blowing. It's cold air. You put your hand on the other side. It's toasty. This thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Apple, if you'd like to sponsor this podcast, you can give me a brand new MacBook. But this one is like 6 months old. It's
no shit.
Yeah, it's
which is I built that.
Yeah, I know. My friends build PCs, and they always tell me I need to fucking build one.
Yeah,
that's sick.
Yeah, that has like dropped you like a nasty chick.
Yeah.
So that has like 64 gigs of RAM in it.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I had a MacBook Air, 4 gigs of RAM. My S9 Plus has 4 gigs of RAM. Well, my MacBook Air, 4 gigs of RAM, and I did one of my drone photos or videos that was a 2.5 minute video. It took 6 hours to render on that MacBook Air. It was 4K.
Yeah.
4K 30. I built this computer, and it had 32 gigs of RAM. I put it in Premiere, rendered the same exact footage. Guess how long it took?
10 minutes.
30. A minute and a half.
Jesus Christ. Dude, the new iMac Pro, you can get 2.5 terabytes of RAM.
Oh, I know.
2.5 terabytes of RAM. You can get like 32 terabytes of like solid state.
Yeah.
I've looked at that. You can spice that motherfucker up to like $60,000 or $70,000.
I've done it too.
I'm sure you have to. We definitely need to do another episode and just go down the rabbit hole of modding out. Like I've got for photo editing, because I've completely taught myself graphic design, but I've got a huge iPad. Yeah, I always just go online. I love looking at just like the newest, fastest, like. It's because it's not until you're editing something, whether it's graphic design or whether it's photos, it's not until you're like doing the thing you love, and then you start to hit these like speed bumps, these technological speed bumps that you're like, motherfucker, like, and then you're like, oh man, like, it's not that like the new, like whenever I look at like super advanced technology, I'm never like, oh, I want it because it is the new thing. I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's just, I'm removing, it's just, you're taking off I want myself to be the limiting reagent. I want my creativity to be the limiting factor, not, oh, I'm making this and then there's, it's overheating. You're like, oh, gotta stop for a minute. Like,
it's 5 hours of rendering.
Yeah, dude, even this Mac, and this is a fucking fantastic MacBook. I think this has 16 gigabytes of RAM, 250 of solid state, but I put all the videos on my external 10 terabytes. But even I look at like the new MacBooks, not because like there's anything wrong with this one, but I'll make this episode. It's gonna take 3 hours for it just to compress and edit the audio, and that's not even going in and tinkering. That's literally like press 2 buttons, turn the fan on, let it cool down, and then to upload it takes like 6 hours. Like, so the way I look at it isn't like, oh, I need it so I can have higher quality podcasts. I'm like, no, I just want to be able to like make them and send them, like ready to like order up, like send it out. But like, yeah. So, but I was gonna say,
like photos wise, like how have I? Sure, it's a good question. I'll ask it and answer it myself. The narcissistic fuck I am sometimes.
We all are. We all are.
So, like out in New Mexico, like I got a picture up right now of this storm that rolled through. Show it before it goes away. Mm-hmm. See those clouds? Mm-hmm. So in the movie Twister, you see those clouds. That's when you know like there's going to be hail. That storm had softball hail this big.
Jesus Christ.
There's a tornado just north of Cannon. Like I got home, I went flying down there, south of Petraeus, took the picture of that sunset. When parked on the side of the road, the fire chief stopped. He's like, "You all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good." This is in, I think, Dora. Yeah, it was Dora, New Mexico. He's like, "You're all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, just taking pictures of these clouds." He goes, "Be careful because that's where the big hail comes from." I'm like, "Yeah, I understand that, sir." No, mind you, I'm still in uniform. He goes, "Check out the passenger side of my SUV." Go on the other side. Windows were out. The doors were smashed in. The mirror was missing. Because the hail hit on his passenger side of his SUV and just trashed it.
Jesus Christ.
He goes, "I was scared for my life." He goes, "I was pressing all the way against the driver's door as far as I could to get away, just to be, just make sure." Because I thought I was going to come through the roof. The roof was all dented in.
Yeah.
It was great. But, like, on Instagram, like around here, the Adirondack Mountains, like I was saying, absolutely beautiful. There's a Adirondack Life magazine. So this is Adirondack Life magazine backwards because,
No, it's I can read it.
So you were asking about that one drone photo.
Mm-hmm.
So they reached out to this kid who's 18 years old. Sorry, 17 at the time. There he is.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the 2017 photography issue.
Okay.
So April of 17. So this kid still to today shoots all around the Adirondacks. Like you can see the Uphill River and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who do this magazine came across one of my photos, the one of like the Beaver River Nader looking straight down at the water. They're like, "Hey, can we use this photo for our article that we're doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "What's it about?" They're like, "Oh, drones and stuff." I go, "That's what I used to do when I was in the Air Force. I'm retired now, and that's what I do." And so I talked to him on the phone, and they're like, "Oh, we wish we'd found out about you like 2 weeks sooner. Otherwise, the article would have been about you." I'm like, "Okay, good. I don't want that publicity, but okay." But for business wise, I'm like, "Yes, please."
Mm-hmm.
The kid is very, very smart about this stuff. And mind you, it's 2017. This is 3 years ago when they're coming out with this stuff, and there's not the rules like we have now. But just based on my hashtag that I used on Instagram, start of the article is a 2-page spread.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's badass, dude.
There's one here too. I don't know which one it is.
I was gonna say, hold on. So he hasn't texted me back, so we can keep going if you want to keep going.
Yeah, I'm game.
Yeah, you got nothing to do. I got nothing to do. Let me go. Go piss again.
Because I was talking to my mom because there's a hockey game tonight. The Comets here in Utica. They're the AHL team for the Vancouver Canucks.
Yeah.
My mom and I have season tickets. That's what that jersey is. I was honored as a hometown hero.
Uh-huh.
My entire team sign it, and we do a bunch of stuff with them in the area.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So,
all right, well, let me know what time you have to go then. Don't let me keep you.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Do you give me like a loose time frame? Just because I can go forever. I can talk for fucking 30 hours. But you've got shit to do with your with the hockey game. So just you're not insulting me. Just give me a time frame so I know when to sort of naturally wrap it up.
I told my mother Teresa 4:45. So okay. Yeah. So
well, shit. Here, I'm gonna text him and tell him to.
Yeah.
He's not responding, so I'm just gonna let's reschedule.
Yeah, reschedule it.
Yeah. Ernie, he's one of these people that I just I implicitly love, and he's an awesome person. So I know if he's not responding, I know it's because he's not blowing me off.
Oh yeah.
It's something came up. That's why I don't mind. Here, let me of technology limiting. So it takes a while to compress, so I can't compress it while we go. So this is the first ever episode where I've had to do this. We've been going for so long. I'm actually running up on on memory. So I stopped recording and we're recording already again. But I'm taking the first recording and I'm gonna transfer it to the external because I think we're at I think we're at 150 gigs right now.
Christ.
Now, granted, compressed, it's only going to be about 15, but because it takes a while to compress, I can't compress it like on the fly. So I'm just gonna. I stopped recording, and we are recording a new one right now, but the original one, I'm gonna take that and throw it on the external real quick, because this MacBook has 250 gigs. It's really anything that I'm doing that's over that, it's fine to put on externals. But right now, this is the first time ever I'm doing like a real-time juggling of taking it and throwing it on the external. But what?
I mean, like for this, if you want to break it up in a couple different parts for YouTube, feel free. Like it's up to you, man.
Fuck that. No, I'm gonna upload one monster. I got nothing doing, man. I just, as long as you upload it like and go to bed, like I found like don't upload it and like wait for it to, because I've said like the first episode I ever did, I was so excited to get it up. I was like watching it and I sat here for like 3 hours, and now I just upload and go to bed and I wake up and I'm like, oh, there you go. But yeah, come on, there we go. 10 terabyte. So I got a 5 terabyte. No, like 6 years ago I got a 2 terabyte, and it was $200. Oh, nice. This is episode 30. You what?
I just bought an 8 terabyte Western Digital.
Fuck yeah.
And it was like $80.
Yeah. Well, and then 3 years ago, I got a 5 terabyte, and it was, so the 2 terabyte 6 years ago was $200. The 5 terabyte 4 years ago was $150, and then a month ago I grabbed that 10 terabyte for I think $100. So memory is not the problem. But the thing is like, so this MacBook has 250 gigs of solid state, which, like I said, is more than enough. But now if you want to, you can jack MacBooks up to, I think right now you can get 8 terabytes of solid state on your MacBook, but that costs an extra $2,200.
Oh, yeah, it's insane. Fuck that.
Yeah, or I can buy 10 terabytes for $114.
And you would be a Thunderbolt or USB Type C, and
well, that's what this one is. This one's Type C. Yeah, it's let's see. It's about 4 minutes. So that first part of the episode was 79 gigs. That's fine. Like I don't need the only time I would need more than would be for an episode like this where we're just marathoning it, but that doesn't justify $2,000. I'd rather do this juggling act.
No, yeah. I'm not working for Disney where I need to render it as quickly as possible. No, yeah. I'm good.
So you've seen the new iMac Pro, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about the new display, the XDR, Extreme Dynamic Range? Is that just some Apple marketing?
Yes.
Okay. $6,000 for a 6K screen.
So the human eye really can't see over 2K.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of shot themselves in the foot because they came up with Retina display, right? And the whole selling point was you can't see better resolution than that.
Yeah,
Apple's kind of fucked himself on that because now they're like, it's more than Retina display, but it's like, why is the other one called Retina display? Because you can't see more.
Yeah, like I have a Samsung QLED 27-inch screen that's HDR 4K 60 hertz monitor.
Uh-huh.
And I've had it for a few years now, and thing's still fucking like that's my fill light right here. Is I have 2 white screens up right now. My other monitor is just background 1080p bullshit monitor that I don't even use unless I'm scanning negatives.
Yeah.
But that's my fill light right now, and this side is for my monitor. It's that bright.
Yeah.
And doing my photos, it helps out because I can see every hair, every little detail, every flaw, every dog pile of shit I take at a state park, of a picture, or soda can that, some liberal from freaking New York City came up in the Adirondacks and threw it out, but somebody else will pick it up.
Yeah.
I'll go back and find their car, and not only will I piss in their washer fluid, but I'll make sure that all the garbage I find ends up in the trunk of their car on their spare tire, where they'll find it in 3 months and it'll smell worse than they don't even know what to do with. Yeah, I'm that guy.
Yeah. But the point is the monitor is good enough to see all that.
Yeah, to see that soda can from 100 yards away.
Yeah. Now, what megapixel is your camera? Or do you use film?
I have the Nikon Z7, which is 45 point. It's 46 mega. I just say 46. It's 45.
Let me shut that window if you can hear the air conditioner outside.
No, I can't actually.
Yeah. 45, 46 megapixels?
Yes.
Now, do you utilize all of that, or is the purpose of that you can take such a big picture, crop it enormously, and still have a super high-res picture?
Or I will choose C, all of the above.
That wasn't an option, and
I don't care.
I don't... Fuck it. This podcast is over. You're out of here, buddy. But what are you going to do, bro? Come through the screen. Come through the screen. I can talk a lot of shit.
Challenge accepted. I'll find out where you live. If I'm able to find the right Achman in Baghdad, I'm sure I can find you.
Yeah, but the difference is he won't hump you. I'll hump you to death.
Which is where we throw JP in to be humped.
Yes, JP, he will be our humping beanbag.
Yes.
I always text him before we do a podcast. I'm like, "What are you doing?" He'd be like, "Gay stuff." And I'll be like, "All right, let's start." Doing gay stuff with my gay friends, but yeah, no.
So I try to use all of it. When I shoot a picture, whether it's point and shoot from my camera or my phone, or my actual camera or one of my other cameras or film, I try to do everything in camera.
Mm-hmm.
I'll use filters. I'll use gradient filters. So the sky is going to be super bright, which is brighter than the land. So you want a gradient filter so you can darken the sky up without dark. So I will try numerous different ways I can to shoot in camera. So by me using all those pixels, all that resolution, I want to use it to the best of my ability.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of doing it in Photoshop or Lightroom, one of their editing platform. So with that, like my panoramics that you see, like the one of the Grand Canyon I sent you.
Yeah.
That's one of the pictures I submitted to SUNY, but the professors didn't pick that one, which is fine. And we did that trip out to the Grand Canyon, and it cost $30 to fly, rental vans, all the national parks.
To fly?
Yeah, we flew from Albany to Vegas, spent the night in Vegas.
For $30?
Yeah, it was all the fundraising we did for school and school.
Oh, I thought you just meant in general. I was like, motherfucker. I was like, what are you doing photography? You need to be doing like a travel vlog. If you can get there and back $30, I was like, you're a fucking magician.
I'm a fully disabled veteran. National parks are free for me for life.
Woo!
Yeah, so our van, we saved even more money by getting in national parks for free with our van. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Otherwise, it's $30 a vehicle.
Yeah, well, fuck them. That's the least they can do for you.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I always get asked if whenever I go, like, if there's like a national beach near here, Assateague and Chincoteague, I always get asked when I'm there. Not now because I've gained more weight, but when I'm cut up and I'll have a new haircut, they'll always be like, military or police? And I'll always be like, no, I'm Tommy.
Yeah.
No, I won't do that because my fear is someone's going to be there that is military or police and be like, oh yeah? Yeah, and get as well as they should. But sorry, yeah, so $30 to go there, do all that.
Yeah, so that picture is, I recall correctly, 8 pictures I shot as a panoramic.
Okay.
And that was on a 36 megapixel camera. So 36 times 6. It's a lot of numbers.
36 times, wait.
6.
I thought it was 8. Wait. I thought you said 8
it's like 800 megapixel image.
Jesus Christ.
So you can zoom in down to, you can follow the trails that go all the way down to the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon in that picture.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Like I have one of New York City that I shot, Because I was down on the VA down there, so I could figure out what's going on, and they still don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in Jersey City, and I have a big telephoto lens, and I zoomed in at 230 millimeters. One eye is about 35 millimeter equivalent, or our stereoscopic vision right now is about 35 millimeters. One eye is about 50 millimeter equivalent, give or take. Each person's a little different. So when you see someone using a 50 millimeter prime lens on their camera, they're trying to replicate what we see in our eyes.
Okay.
35 with one eye. 35 millimeter covers a little bit more, a little bit wider. So I'm using 200, it goes up to 500 millimeters. So I'm using 230 for my framing, shooting in portrait landscape instead of portrait fashion instead of landscape.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you shoot this panoramic, you're going to have a really wide image and not very tall.
Mm-hmm.
Shooting landscape, you have the vertical, but now you move over and over and over and over, and you get a better panoramic.
Okay.
That's like 16 by 9 TV formatting, you know?
Yeah.
So when I shot in New York City, it was 230 millimeters, now shot across the Hudson. 230 millimeters, 9 pictures, and the image is 2.1 gigapixels.
Jesus.
I can zoom in and I can tell you how many lights are on people's Christmas trees in their apartments. I can tell you.
Christ.
30 seconds again, too. So, one, the water's nice and smooth.
Mm-hmm.
But if people are moving, you can't see them.
Okay.
So, on top of the Empire State Building, there's about a dozen people or so that I can actually see up there.
Jesus
Christ. From 2 miles away.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So to use those pixels, to use all that resolution, yes, I try to use that.
Hell yeah. I love super high resolution. I'll send you a link to my Google Drive of all my my shitty artwork. But I always make stuff that's, people will be like, why'd you make a wallpaper in 8K? Because it'd be like, because those that appreciate it fucking appreciate it. When you zoom in, you're like, okay. You know, you can zoom in on my work and it's not pixelated despite being zoomed in 700%. The people that appreciate it. It's.
I will send you that JPEG. I think the JPEG is.
Don't crash my computer.
It's like, well, no, the file itself. So the way Photoshop works. So when I take a picture of my Z7, it's about 45 megabytes, depending on how much color's in it. That's where you get more bigger files. How much color?
Yeah.
So it's 45 megabytes sitting on my desktop. When I put it into Lightroom or in a Photoshop, it uncompresses it, even though it's a raw image.
Mm-hmm.
You have JPEG and RAW.
Yeah, what is RAW? Sorry, can you explain that? I've always seen RAW.
Good. So JPEG, you got to think about 1991. Just throwing a date out there. 1991, when the internet was up and coming and becoming big, zero bandwidth. You know, you're talking 23 kilobytes per hour. No, really, per second.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. You have no bandwidth. JPEG was to take image or vector and compress it as small as it can to be able to fit in that bandwidth to show up on a website.
Okay. JPEG
is compression. Okay. A raw image depends what camera you use. Nikon is .nef. Canon is .ddl, something like that. There's different file formatting prefixes.
I'm taking I'm sorry. I always end up taking like an ibuprofen during an episode, and people always kind of look at me because they hear like rattling of pills, and I'll be like, whoop, and I'll be like, it's ibuprofen. No, it's LSD and MDMA.
Or which is great. Support. We'll come back. That's a whole other day for that.
I didn't hear what you said. You cut out.
Oh, with weed. I have my card here in New York. I'm all for it.
Fuck yeah.
VA gave me.
Dude, have you? One of my episodes, I had the author of the Drug User's Bible. It took this guy 10 years to write. He went all over the world. Went down to the jungles. Did ayahuasca. Did dude. Yeah. It's you should check. I've had him on twice. He's gonna come on a third time. He just starts going through different drugs and he talks about doing shit. He's like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You go down there and you do ayahuasca. Huh. Woo. That's about it. You come out a brighter soul after that. Yeah. But sorry.
Holy shit. I lost my train of thought.
JPEG, RAW, TIFF, NEF.
Oh, yeah. So, a RAW file is the raw ones and zeros of every pixel on that sensor showing on your screen.
Okay.
There's no file compression. Now, like I said, once you upload it into Photoshop, that 45, 50 megabyte file will be 230 megabytes. Because Photoshop will uncompress that raw file so you actually have the ones and zeros showing on your screen.
Okay.
That's what RAW is. JPEG is a compression. Have you seen memes on Facebook that have been posted so many times? It looks all distorted,
deep fried, or not deep fried. Deep fried is like a filter. No, but I was thinking like like need or the subreddit need more JPEG. Like
yes, it's the JPEG compression. A file can only be saved up to I think 16 times without losing 80% of the resolution of it in JPEG.
Yeah.
That's why they get so compressed.
What about
that crispness keeps getting compressed down and being blended together?
Yeah. What about PNGs?
PNGs they're like a working document.
Okay.
So it's like a Photoshop file.
I would use those when I want my stuff to be compressed or like.
Yeah, it's a vectoring.
Yeah.
File form.
Yeah, because some of my like when I post to Reddit, I think they limit it to 20 megabytes per image. So I'd make these I made this like 2001: A Space Odyssey like snowboard design, and I did like HAL 9000 at the top, and then it like blends into the moon, and then it blends into like DNA double helix, and I have a bunch of like cuneiform going up and down the sides, and at the bottom is just like an ape screaming, and it's yeah. Uploading it, I had to like compress it to 20 megabytes, but no, the full what?
Yeah, uploading, seeing compression. There's no compression there.
Yeah, beautiful. But
so like that picture right there, all right, that is a half a second exposure to get the waterfalls like that.
Yeah.
She had to stand perfectly still. I'm like, inhale. Because if you inhale, it's like shooting a gun. You inhale and you hold your breath, your heartbeat's gonna make you move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exhale and hold it. So that way, she's not moving, but the water is that silky smooth.
Yeah.
And it still wasn't long enough. And I had a studio flash on her too.
Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. But like, yeah, some of the images I'll upload whenever someone really likes one, I'll be like, yeah, like I'll send you a link to the file, because like I think the full size was like 9 gigabytes. That was like the biggest one I ever. That's not representative of my most of my biggest pieces will be really high res, will be like 125 megabytes. But one of them, this 2001: A Space Odyssey one I made, was for whatever reason I think it was right when I got this, and I went from on my iPad, I went to the MacBook, and I was like, let's just see how nuts I can make this. And it came out to 9 gigs, and I was like, yeah, but
we're not showing that anywhere soon.
Yeah, no, it was just there was no need for it, but yeah. So yeah, PNGs, yeah.
On my D800, my backup camera I have right now has 2 card slots. It has a compact flash and an SD card slot. My Z7 is only compact flash express, or compact, whatever it is. It's some stupid formatting, and I hate it now. But it only has 1 card slot in my camera. So my D800, when I shoot RAW to my compact flash, but it's a lot faster, and JPEG to the SD card. It's a backup. If one fails, I got the other one. The camera now, if it fails, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Great $4,000 camera that fucking failed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Haven't come across on it, knock on wood.
Yeah. Well, it's same with this screen recording. I told JP the last episode, I was like, every once in a while, if you see me like lean forward and touch something, it's because I'm like unfreezing the screen to see like, okay, I can see the red dot, 20 minutes, 20 seconds. That's how long this clip is. Every once in a while, if you see me do that, it's because there's always part of me that's just like, I hope this episode's recording, like, because I'll have these guests on and I'll be like,
please.
Yeah, I always make sure I record, but there's always just like fear in me that I'll have like a great podcast going on and I'll be like, and I've never had the problem once, knock on wood, but
yeah.
I always have this bad feeling that I'm going to get some guest and it's going to be a great conversation, and then I'm going to like close out of Skype and be like, there was nothing. There's no recording. Yeah.
I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah.
So kind of like this, when you go through and you upload it to YouTube, make sure you put Bleeding Iris in there, put Polska 344, which is my YouTube on there.
Oh yeah, no, you just you gotta send me a block of links and I'll put it in the description of the top comment. Yeah, I do it.
Put it in like we're making fun of Apple, like put Apple in there, right?
Yeah.
Microsoft or whatever else I said, sponsored by Microsoft.
Yeah.
Failing.
Yeah.
Type thing. Just those little hashtags you put.
Yeah.
That's like a bunch of stuff published and pushed around. So here in Utica, there's a road race called the Boilermaker. Starts over in East Utica. It's a 15K or 5K race. You run to the brewery, which is like right outside my house, and there's free beer at the end. So it's been ongoing for 41 years. This is the 41st year, 42nd year.
Damn.
I got the book right in front of me. So I got asked by a guy I know. He's like, hey, do you want to come shoot the Boilermaker with me? I'm like, shooting what? Like, they hire photographers that do, like, marathons and stuff, and they shoot runners. That's all they do is shoot the runners with a camera. And they put into a program. The program will pull the bib number and upload it to the website. So when you search your bib number, boom, there you are.
Mm-hmm.
Before, that had to be all done with film. So you'd have a photographer and a person back behind with a secondary or tertiary camera loading film, handing the next camera, and as they're shooting, they have another person to make bib 9135, 9136, 10,419.
Yeah.
These numbers for each photo they take, so they know on roll.
Yeah.
You have these bib numbers.
Image 56. Yeah. Jesus.
Well, no, film up to roll image 36. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Exactly. So I don't think I was in the digital age, but now, like, shooting like the Boilermaker, my stuff's not uploaded live. So, like, if you see, like, this summer in the summer games in Tokyo, those pictures, the photographers are tethering their cameras. Their cameras are connected to their MacBooks, which are connected to Wi-Fi or to a LAN.
So they're just...
It's going to a network, and when they have a break, they're doing live editing. So then the NBC or whoever, Sports Illustrated, can take that picture and then upload it onto the website, and it'll be on Facebook in a matter of 30 seconds to a minute after the photographer took it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I love it.
The Super Bowl, the most photographed event in the world.
Really?
There's more pictures taken at the Super Bowl than any other event.
I guess that makes sense.
All the photographers on the side, pre-game, during game, post-game, all the selfies, all the group pictures.
Every asshole with an iPhone.
Yeah. So, like the Boilermaker, the first year I shot it was 2 years ago. Then I shot it last year, shooting again this year coming up. So I had all access to the entire brewery except for the roof. And they had these warbirds flying over, which they're older World War II planes that fly over. You hear the prop sound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, when they're taking off, that's what they sound like. They're awesome. They're flying at 2,000 feet, 1,500. I think they come in at 1,500. And they're flying over, and I'm out in the crowd doing the national anthem, and they time it just right, flying over. And I had my wide-angle lens on. I got my camera up above my head, trying to get the group shot.
Uh-huh.
I'm shooting again in portrait instead of landscape because I want to get the people down here.
Yeah.
And the planes flying over. And so I took a couple portrait, take a couple landscape, really quick, because I'm just mashing the button, taking a bunch of pictures. I already had the focus set and settings set because I knew where they're going to be flying over. So I take the picture, Didn't think anything of it. Get back home, start going through editing photos. Especially for events like that, every, say, 10 to 20 photos I take, I may get one.
Okay.
So I'll take 5,000 photos and have 500 for them to use. And a lot of my photos have been used for marketing for the Boilermaker. They get more people to come in. Hey, go out and run today. They use my stuff and I'm not paid. My name's on the stuff majority of the time. I know they're my photos. If I need a reference, they'll write a letter in a split second.
Yeah.
Fast. Like, I don't complain. I go shoot. Here's the photos on my way. So here, when you go to pick up your packet, like the Boilermaker or the running you get. So this is the book that you get. The Boilermakers, there's actually a place that makes hot water boilers for your house.
Yeah.
And that's where it starts.
Yeah.
It's Boilermaker.
Okay.
And they have all these different advertisements in there and stuff. Like some of the Canada pictures I just came across here.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So on the very front cover, when you open it up, bam, there's my picture.
Fuck yeah.
On the side of the building, they have a banner and they have 5 pictures, and that's one of them.
Hell yeah.
I get free marketing every single day.
Yeah.
So from that, I posted an infrared picture. This kid reached out to me. He goes, hey, did you go to MVCC? I'm like, yeah. He goes, is your camera converted naturally RAW, or are you doing it in Photoshop? So you can take a picture even from your cell phone, put it in Photoshop, and make it be in full red, like a full hawk, like fake infrared. But you can go through and adjust your stuff in Lightroom and Photoshop to make it look like it's infrared. Mm-hmm. And I have a camera converted, and we started talking, and he's like, hey, you know so-and-so? I'm like, yeah, it's my cousin Ray Lynn. I'm like, yeah, I know her. He's like, hey, she helps out with Peak to Brew. So are you a runner at all?
No. I'm a bitch.
Yeah, same here.
Okay.
I used to back in the day. I don't anymore.
Yeah, no.
So now I shoot pictures of people doing it.
Yeah.
Not like I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, nor can I do it with my back and legs, and I don't feel like doing it.
Yeah.
So he reached out to me. He goes, hey, I need another photographer for Peak to Brew. I'm like, what the fuck is Peak to Brew? I had fucking no idea, and it's right here. So they have 2 races. They have one down in the Finger Lakes. So picture New York State. You have the Finger Lakes, and it goes from Greek Peak, right? Yeah, Greek Peak. Is that the right one? Yeah, Greek Peak was I know the other one now. So it goes from Greek Peak to Cazenovia, like I said, where my brother went to school. They had a brewery there, but it's now closed. So it's a 61-mile relay race. And you'll run 5 to 10 miles, hand off the snap bracelet to the next person, and they run their next leg. Mm-hmm. Comes back around, you run your second leg or third leg, depends on how many people are on your team and what you want to do. So the one that I shot is called the Beast. It starts at the top of Whiteface Mountain up in Lake Placid, not the movie. It starts at the very top of Whiteface Mountain, and it's 224 miles.
Jesus Christ.
It's the slowest team starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, and they'll finish the next day 5, 6 o'clock at night, and they run nonstop.
Fuck that.
Yeah. The elite team last year, or one of the elite teams, they finished it in 23 hours and 54 minutes.
What do you think
their
about...
pace was their pace was insane.
What do you think about those guys that they don't do it with teams, like David Goggins? He did he did some 240-mile race. Just him.
I think, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. I met one of the guys last year. I wear Ultra shoes. They're a high-end running shoe. There's no drop from your ball of your foot to heel your foot. I can stand on them all day. My back doesn't hurt. My back is shot. I've had my nerves burned 15 times on my left SI joint. Like, my back is shot.
Okay.
I can wear these shoes. I stand all day. He goes, what do you know about... I'm trying to think of the guy's name, and I can't off the top of my head. It might be him. He goes, what do you know about Ultra? I go, that I can stand in them all day. My back doesn't hurt. He goes, I helped engineer them. He goes, I was the guy going out and running the trails to see how good they were and change them up.
Jesus.
I'm like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, I'm sponsored by them. I look at his feet. I go, you're not wearing them. He goes, yeah, not right now. When I'm running tomorrow, I will be.
Yeah.
But, I swear by them.
Yeah.
Little things you finally do to make yourself a little better or easier.
Yeah.
Well, like this year, like they're doing the one in the Finger Lakes, the one in the Adirondacks. So June is the Finger Lakes, July is the Boilermaker, August is the Adirondacks, so the one from Whiteface to the brewery here in Utica, and then they're doing another one in the fall in the Catskill Mountains. So it goes from Hunter Mountain to Cooperstown. You know Cooperstown, baseball
Hall of Fame, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 40 minutes away from here.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, so that's kind of like what I've been doing is shooting running events. Like I'm like the director of photography and media, I guess you'd say, for Peak to Brew. I don't have a label, but that's what I'm doing.
Uh-huh.
The Boilermaker, I'm just one of the candid shooters for the actual committee themselves. Like I was at the Christmas party and stuff, and it's a blast, man. This community comes together.
Fuck yeah.
Like it's pretty cool.
Fuck yeah.
It's really cool. Like there's 15,000 runners.
That's insane. What?
Yeah.
You know, one thing I thought about is like for someone like yourself, like photographers, I was thinking like, you know, you go to like weddings or something, like, you know, and it's every, you know, to get every, you know, sure, photos are great, but it's also like, you know, it's all about like capturing the night because like you can't redo it. But I had an idea like last year, and it was like, so it's all about, you know, you'll get like 10,000 photos, and you got to get every family member, all the lighting, you got to get it perfect, you got to get the food, because you really want to like be able to, you know, 50 years in the future recreate it, you know, look at it and, you know, visit that day. I was thinking like, what if you just got like 20 like drones, and then you just got like, you know, each drone you put like multiple GoPros on 360 degrees, and you have these drones, and you could have them kind of like bobbing up and down. You could have them almost make like a grid over the whole venue, have them in the middle, have them on the sides. What if you could like literally 360 degree from like 32 different vantage points record the entire night in like 4K 60 FPS 360 degree? It would be terabytes of video, but you could literally recreate the night, and then down the road you could put on, you know, 20 years, 30, whatever, your husband passes 50, you could put on your VR helmet and you could almost walk around the wedding. Would that work?
That goes back to like ISR using RPAs, Predator and Reaper. There's so much information, you don't have enough time to go through it.
Yeah, JP and I talked about the Gorgon Stare program.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a really good book. I asked JP, I was like, have you ever heard of Gorgon Stare? And he was like, yeah, how do you know about that? I was like, oh, it's a book I listened to on Audible. He was like, yeah, I worked on that. I was like, oh shit. But yeah, that's one thing they talk about. It's just like the excess, but it wouldn't be like an intelligence gathering thing. It'd just be like, you could put on your VR helmet every anniversary and you could walk around your wedding. Every year you'd find something new, you know?
Yeah.
It would be an expensive service, but I just thought like, shit, man, people already shell out fucking insane money for a wedding. Like, what if you could provide and we don't have to upload this part. You could go patent this, but like, you could have your army of, because I've asked other people I have friends with that are photographers.
So with drones, you're going to have the ambient noise and the buzzing.
And that's what the first person said. So, okay, what if you don't do drones? What if you just go find, you know, you're in a tent, you got different chairs. What if you just went and mounted GoPros everywhere? Just, okay, no noise, whatever.
Put up your 360 cameras, which I have a GoPro 360 camera, which is fucking shit.
Okay.
Compared to the 360. Is it 360?
Okay.
Sponsor me.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, but regardless of it, like, what if you just were able to, you don't need to have them moving around. It's almost like, you could just have almost like spikes or hanging down from all around, just, you know, just 360 just cameras everywhere. So you get everything. Eventually you'd be able to get, eventually the $70,000 iMac Pro right now, eventually, given enough time, that will just be what your phone is, right? Given enough time, the processing power will go to that. Apollo mission to the iPhone. So eventually, all this data is going to be functional data. You could put on your, you know, every anniversary, you and your significant other, you put on a VR helmet, you get trashed on red wine and go walk through your wedding again. Like, why couldn't that happen?
when the
shoot my dream down. Tell me why it can't happen.
It's already happening.
All right. Well, fuck me. This podcast is over. Get out of here. Get out of here, douchebag.
I'm trying to think what phone it was through Samsung. I use Samsung phones because iPhones are subpar Samsung parts that Samsung didn't want to use.
Okay.
So when they came out with the 360 camera and the VR headset, was it Samsung S7? And it came out with a 360 camera with it when you bought it brand new. Like when it first came out, it was a bundle they had.
Mm-hmm.
You get the little Samsung 360 camera. So I'm on a Syracuse football game. I see you wearing orange, the other orange.
This is.
So
there's no team.
I'm out at an SU game. My buddy has seats 3 rows off the field. And we're sitting there, and I look around the entire football field, down on the turf. There was monopods. So it's like a tripod. It's like they had the 3 legs at the bottom, but it's a big, long monopod that comes up about 6-7 feet up. They all had the 360. 360 cameras on it.
All right.
How do I? Because I fucking hacked into one.
All right.
I'm not even saying. I take my phone and I'm like, you want to see what the camera's looking at? He's like, no, you didn't. I'm like, yeah, I did. And it was recorded.
Yeah.
And they recorded the entire game that way. I don't know what they did with it. It was out at SU, out at Syracuse University. They have Newhouse. Newhouse School of Art is like the Mecca, the best photography school in the world. If you can get into Newhouse, you're guaranteed a job. I can't say guaranteed. You're more likely going to get a job mainstream, Time Magazine, National Geographic, Vogue, Esquire, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And they're part of SU. So I don't know if they're someone who's doing that for their thesis or they're just trying a new tech or what was going on. But they had those 360 cameras all the way around the football stadium. And they use that today, like in the NFL. You're watching some of the games, and they can show you like that 360 pole that they do, where they zoom into it as 360. But they have those cameras all around the stadium, and they crop them together to come in to make that 3D view coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, that foot was on the line, but if you look at this angle, and they just like pan to it, and it's already there.
Yeah. Okay. So fuck.
No,
it already happened.
No. They're using it on the main side, on the really expensive side. How can we make it consumer's way for us to use?
Yeah, weddings, parties.
Like those 360 cameras, I can go through and I can 3D map your house for it to go up for sale.
Mm-hmm.
I can walk through your house right now with it. As long as the same height, every 6 to 8 feet, I go through, place that camera, walk around the corner, tell it to take a picture. I can put it into a program, and it's going to 3D render your house.
Mm-hmm.
And do a walkthrough of that house.
Mm-hmm.
That's all done with the 360 camera. So how can you use it for a wedding?
Because that's not so much mapping, is because there's also the time factor. So you're looking at my house 360. I can walk through it on the program, whatever. You would want something that's in. You don't want to just be able to walk into each room. You want to be able to walk into each room and watch an entire conversation unfold and.
Yeah,
and go downstairs the next time you go through it and watch something at the same exact time but in a different room. So it's, yeah. How would you do that? Is it just money?
To have one of those $60,000 iMac computers to be able to process all of it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, even to record it, because you could record it now and be able to, economically access it at another time. But if the event happens now, you don't want to wait until that technology is available because your wedding's now,
Yeah.
So that was my idea, but...
No, it's a very feasible idea. Not even lying. Like, it's there.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. Because you see, they already get so many images. They'll get so many hours of video of their wedding. And it's like, people are already willing to shell it out. So why wouldn't you, I feel like the market's got to be there for, why not just bridge the gap and go, fuck it, instead of here's a bunch of different videos, here's literally your wedding, put on your VR helmet, you can walk back in. Shit, get really crazy with it. Start collecting, olfactory, data, what perfume were people wearing, Get the sound, get the smells, get the tastes of foods, fuck it, so you can literally go back to your wedding. or whatever, your child's first birthday party, you know, or Big Brother, you know, literally be able to recreate any scene. That's So they don't have the money problem though, so they can probably do it if they're not doing it. Yeah, Gorgon Stare.
Yeah, it's already there.
Yeah, Gorgon Stare is a. I'm glad I grew up way before that, because I now know that every illegal thing is being recorded. If you've bought weed in the last 3 years, it's recorded.
Yes, because I buy mine through New York State.
Yeah, well, fuck you. All right, because not all of us have that convenience.
That has shot myself in the foot. So if I ever want a security clearance again, say like I was not officially offered, but suggested, hey, there's a job up and coming for FBI forensics photographer out of Newark, New Jersey. Mm-hmm. I would show up at crime scenes, take pictures, go on my day.
You can't do it?
Because I have medical marijuana. It's an automatic hard no. There's no waivers. There's no nothing.
What the fuck do they think you're what does the government think weed does? Like,
so our county sheriff, no, I'm sure you heard about New York State and the bail reform. So they're letting felons out of jail right now because they want to reduce the numbers of the jail population. So what Cuomo's doing he's getting, and Schumer, they're getting fucking votes. You got to think New York State is ran by New York City.
Yeah.
There's more people in New York City than the rest of New York State combined together.
Mm-hmm.
So they're letting all these rapists and murderers, seriously murderers, out. If I want to rape someone right now, I might spend a night in jail.
Jesus.
I might. On Black Friday, my friend and I were out in Syracuse. She had to stop and put air in her tire. I walk inside the convenience store for 1.5 minutes. I was in there for minute 30, maybe minute 35. I had to buy some aspirin because I had a headache. Walk back out. There's a guy leaning on the hood of her car and walks away. He had something red in his hand. I didn't think anything of it. It looked like his winter hat bunched up in his hand. The girl in the car next to us goes, hey, does your girl have a red wallet? I'm like, hey, Jess, do you have a red wallet? She goes, yeah. Why? She looks on her hood. She goes, it's gone. The girl's in the car next to us. She goes, yeah, that black guy just took it. And he was black, not fudging anything. Mm-hmm. I'm like, where'd he go? She goes, he walked around the building. Well, come to find out, we find the guy, gave the wallet back, already took the money out of it. We track him, like I said, we tracked him down. He took off. We went after him, called 911. The cops found him, about to stick the canine on him, and he put up a fight, and he got pepper sprayed like that far from his eye. Good, fucking douchebag. He was trespassing. They had a restraining order against him at that gas station. He had a warrant for his arrest. He already had a felony. Now he committed grand larceny because his credit cards and everything in the wallet. He got an appearance ticket. He got arrested, taken to jail. There was a judge on duty, and he was set free that night.
Jesus Christ.
He had 3 strikes right there, and the son of a bitch was set free. That night.
Yeah.
Like, that's New York State for you. So my county sheriff, phenomenal guy. Great dude. Great county sheriff. Great law enforcement professional for 25 years, I want to say, plus. Phenomenal guy. He is so anti-marijuana. Why? I don't know why. And he's a farmer, too. Like, dude, when you retire from being a sheriff, grow weed. You're going to make, not just black and white like that, like, make a profit off it. Grow the good stuff. Grow clean stuff.
Yeah. It was an effective propaganda campaign for 30 years. Reefer. You know? Well, the reefer.
He's still against it. When I first retired 4.5 years ago, I was taking about 30 pills in the morning from the VA. Antidepressants, sleep medication, RA medication, kidney stone medication. I was taking all this shit. You know what I take in the morning now? Pantoprazole for heartburn, I take iron, folic acid, vitamins, and Claritin if I need it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I take. At night, when I make sure my work is done, I'm ready for tomorrow. No, you can't smoke in New York State.
You can't smoke.
You can't smoke actual flower in New York State. You have to use a vape, tinctures, topicals,
or edibles.
And the edibles, like I have breath mints.
Mm-hmm.
I have breath spray. There's dissolvables that you put in your mouth, and it's like a children's aspirin consistency. It dissolves. A vape.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I get mine. I'm off. I haven't touched sleep meds in forever. I still have my Lyrica and Flexeril medication for my leg numbness and pain.
Yeah. Muscle. It's a muscle. Flexeril is a muscle relaxant, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't touched Flexeril since I got my card. Start of February last year, so a year.
Oh.
I just got it last year. I haven't touched Flexeril since March of last year.
Fuck yeah.
No, I still have it from the VA because the VA is federal and they don't endorse medical marijuana. They know about it. I'm transparent with them with it.
Mm-hmm.
I let them know, but in order to stay on the pain management regimen with the VA from a massage therapy, I do puncture my ears. You can't. I just took them out, so my ear, like right here, reached my acupuncture this week. So they put little gold studs in. They put 5 in each ear. Put them in Wednesday. Take them out on Saturday. I took them out.
What is that like?
My neck pain, back pain melts away.
Really?
And I found out that you can't get hungover on them either.
on acupuncture.
Yeah, the acupuncture stays in your ear. I don't drink anymore. Like really, I don't drink. I drank a lot over the years.
I stopped almost 4 years, 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. Yeah, no, I don't.
I mean, I cut back a lot, but like now last Saturday I had 2 beers for the Peak to Brew party that we had. Besides that, it was like half a drink on New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
I don't enjoy it.
Me neither.
With medical marijuana, I wake up natural circadian rhythm about 6:30, 6:45 every morning. I feel like I'm 18 years old. I don't hurt. I'm ready to go.
Dude, I've used edibles before for anxiety, depression, and I have some severe mental shit, and edibles have helped me. I don't use them anymore, but dude, when I had them, they helped me more than I slept like a fucking baby. Still hit the gym every morning. Still productive as shit. It's goddamn. But you wake. I always describe it as waking up feeling like you got a massage from an angel. You just wake up and you're like, ah.
Yeah, and you're a bit druggy. Have a cup of coffee.
Well, no, or hit the gym. That's what I do. I hit the gym, and it clears right through it. It's like the morning sun burning off fog. It gets right through it. It's not that Benadryl or anxiolytic hangover where you're like, the whole next day you never quite get to 100%. But yeah, man, it's a fucking crime that shit isn't available to everyone. It will be in time. It will be. It used to just be Colorado. Now look at it. And given a long enough timeline, it will be.
Now, they have found out that you can... I gotta watch how I say this, because you'll see what I'm getting at. You can't OD on THC. However, you can put yourself into a psychosis state.
Yes.
On THC.
Yeah, you absolutely could.
So, now, the amount of it, holy fucking shit, it's a lot.
It's something like 1,500 kilograms in 15 minutes.
It's not even, you have to.
That's so much flour. You'd have not concentrated THC.
So if I took my entire tincture bottle and I drank the entire thing, I'm gonna be in a psychosis state.
Yeah.
But it takes so much to do. But they're finding out that this is a state of mind, a state of presence there. My friend's son got into K2 and Spice and buying like knockoff vapes.
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
a vape shop, not a dispensary, a vape shop around here. And Christmas morning, she had to take him to the ER to go into the psych ward.
Yeah.
Because he was not himself.
Yeah.
And he's recovering off of it. It takes a month to 2 months for your body to recover from it and get back to the state. Now, if he does that again, it could be 6 months to a year. So, like, right now, he's like, everything he does, he has to ask her, hey, Mom, is this okay? Hey, Mom, is that okay? Hey, can I go make a bowl of cereal? And she's getting stretched thin, which I feel for her. And the kid's 18 years old, 19 years old. And he's in the state, and it's horrible, you know? But you can get to that point of that by doing too much.
It absolutely can. I mean, LSD can't physically kill you, but LSD can put you in a mindset where, yeah, you do some stupid shit. And, yeah, the stuff isn't, it's not 100% harmless. Like,
no.
Weed is overwhelmingly harmless, but it's not across the board, and it's not for literally everyone. I mean, dude, if you're schizophrenic or you got bipolar disorder, or you're in a manic state, weed's not good for you. Alcohol's not good for you. Caffeine's not good for you. But there are some people where it's just like, no, like they shouldn't be doing anything. It's because you're in a very fragile state already, and it sucks. But that's the hand you were dealt, and you can't be going and playing. You can't be going playing chemist with it. You know, it's like I wish I could drink all the time. I get one night of drinking, I'll be anxious for 2 days, and I mean like I don't mean like a little edgy. I mean anxiety attacks, and I'll be depressed for a week and a half, like clinically depressed. I hate it, dude. I wish I was like my friends that can get fucked up, and the next morning it's just you gotta go make yourself throw up and then have some coffee and you're good. I can't do that. Wish I could, but I can't. But I just accept that I can't, and I find pleasure in other ways. Video games are fun, It's.
I feel you. I used to be that person. I'm like, get up, let's go. I'm hungover as shit, but it's not gonna bother me. Yeah.
Now, dude, I drink for a night, man. I don't mean like in a funny like, oh, I'm so hungover. No, like I'm in a mentally compromised state for 10 days.
Yeah.
It's not, it's like, so when people ask me why I don't drink, I never had like a problem with it. I never, used it more than I should. It's just, I found that using it at all caused a problem. And it was, finally one day I was just like, the upside is not worth the downside. Like, if one of my brothers gets married in the future, I'm sure I'll have a couple beers then, Yeah. Probably not until then.
Yeah. Like, I was at the brewery last week, and I'm like, I wasn't planning on drinking at all. I don't want to be like a slap in their face, but no, I don't drink. Yeah. Which is fine. Like, that's my prerogative. That's my well-being.
Yeah.
Well, I went in there knowing I'm going to be like that. I'm like, okay, I got to kind of explain why I don't drink. My brother drank a lot, and that's part of the reason why he passed away. And no, like, it's my health.
Yeah.
My liver and kidney function is phenomenal because I stopped drinking. My doctor's like, what are you doing? I go, not drinking. I smoke a lot of weed. Well, and what,
Yeah.
Using my prescription, really.
Yeah.
And I will not smoke weed itself at all. I can't say at all. If I know where it came from and I know who grew it, then I might do it. But now this goes back to the whole fentanyl thing, and I think, personal opinion, that with Colorado making weed legal, California, New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, Maine, all the places, how many billions of dollars are the cartels missing out on now? So what's their next attack? We're going to fuck you over. We're going to make weed stronger by sprinkling a nanogram of carfentanil on it, so you get super high because this weed's really good. No, it's the carfentanil you're smoking, or fentanyl, or whatever else. And now there's all these people on fentanyl and opiates, You don't think major pharmaceutical had a part in this? You don't think cartels had a part in this to make this happen?
Oh, dude, that's exactly what happened. I talked about this with the guy that wrote the Drug User's Bible, and I talked to, if there's another one I did 2 weeks ago, Sergeant Lucero. He's a police officer in Colorado, and we talked, and he worked on the Vice unit, and he said, he'd be like, I'm the first one to say, he's like, all the shit needs to be legal. He's like, because it's robbing cartels of profits. But then we talked about fentanyl, and my theory is that it's a form of warfare through China, and I take it with a grain of salt. It's not like tinfoil hat time.
No. It's like I said, that book with the terrorist book.
Yeah.
If you read that, there's some stuff that he talks about how Al Qaeda is getting funding right here in the United States by selling weed on the black market illegally. Mind you, this is 2007.
Yeah.
But that's what's been going on and still going on. It's
like how did Al Capone get his money? Prohibition. He was running alcohol. You put shit underground, all you're doing is turning it profitable for those that are willing to break a law. But I think back to like the Opium Wars. Like it's not unheard of that's a way to conduct warfare. So, my hypothesis is China knows they can't take us tit for tat. They're big, but they can't take us tit for tat for the military. So what better way to do it than, we don't want to do a nuclear war with Russia. So what do we do? Or Soviet Union. So what do? We outspend them. We hit them in the dollar. And that's how we destroy them. What if China's looking at it like, what if we just, it's like releasing termites into a wood structure. Like, what if we just start sprinkling fentanyl over the border? Eventually you chip away every person that's on fentanyl that's dead or in jail or in rehab. That's a person that's not contributing to the economy. That's a person that is not paying towards the massive defense budget. And
we're spending more money into the prisons to have them there.
Yes, and to me that's a completely viable form of warfare.
Now, on that, when you took those edibles, did you want to drive anywhere?
No.
Fuck no.
No.
You don't want to fucking drive
I didn't
anywhere.
get out of bed.
What's that?
I said I didn't get out of bed. I took them and laid there.
Exactly.
I watched Transformers.
I want to drive down to New York City right now because there's a place I want to eat down there. It's like Harold and Kumar go to White Castle.
Yeah. No, it's not that. It's
you don't fucking drive and get high. Yeah, people drive and get high.
Yeah.
But you want to get high and then go drive.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck that. I don't
want to put on pants.
I drove once. I'll admit it. Is it against the law? Probably. I don't know. Yeah, I was like under the influence. But I used to live on Tramadol. I used to live on Lyrica and Flexeril. I used to take all three at the same time.
Yeah.
And I used to go drive and go work and go do stuff.
Yeah.
I drove to Stewart's, a gas station, to go get a Biggie Iggy. Chocolate chip cookie sandwich, fucking banging. That's why I'm fat. I'm like, I got munchies. I got nothing in my house. I'm going to drive and go get a Biggie Iggy. Mm-hmm. Fuck that. I felt like I was gone for 5 hours. I was gone for 10 minutes.
It's the worst.
Like my job was to drive there. Yeah, I'm super hyper focused, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm super hyper focused. Everyone's going to notice how I'm driving. Fuck this.
Yeah. Speed limit.
If I'm drinking and driving, I'm invincible.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I get hurt, so what? I'm drunk. I'm not going to feel it.
Yeah. It's.
So that's why I don't get why some people, and there's still just say no to drugs back to Nancy Reagan. Mm-hmm. Like, I get it. I do. I understand the government's stance on it. It's a source of income for them. But does it help people out? I feel fucking great.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. It's
me. I'm not going to rip your head off because your flag is on your Body by Jake thing back there,
My Bowflex?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, like 4 years ago, I would have been like, what the fuck? Why is your flag just hanging like that?
Oh.
Now it's like, I get it. You're still trying to represent.
Oh, yeah. See, I don't even think about that. I look at it as like, it was folded up on top of a bureau before my first episode, and I was just like, I want the American, like, because I'm very unabashed about, like, I fucking love this country. And so, yeah, for me, it's like, you'll see every episode, I'll be like, shout out. But yeah, I guess, from a military standpoint, it's probably like, how come it's incorrect? No, I get it. No, but you're more mellow now.
Well, granted, like, if I go to a Comets game tonight, and I see someone across the Odd, it's called the Odd, that's the arena that it's in. If I see someone across the way not take their head off during the national anthem, when the national anthem's done, I'm going to walk all the way around and go over and sit down next to them or sit down behind them, be like, hey, next national anthem, please take off your hat, show some respect.
Yeah.
They'll be like, who the fuck are you? Then retired Sergeant Phelps is going to come out and fucking tear you into an asshole.
Yeah.
And make you look foolish and make you feel bad about yourself. Then I'll go back to my seat and enjoy the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Does that happen? Yeah, it still happens. That switch is there when I need it. Same as like doing interrogations. I said I'll never use it against my family and friends. I try not to.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You bastard, you used it against me.
No. I mean, I showed you how it worked.
No, you used it against me. You betrayed my trust.
Good. I have a shotgun. Do you want to borrow it and suck start it? Or what?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't give a shit, bro. Come at me. Yeah, dude, it's no, I get it. It's
like I said, like my anxiety, my rage, my depression, all that shit years ago before I started doing medical marijuana was 15-fold, 30-fold.
Yeah, no, dude, I mean, dude, for a large part of my life, I was always operating at an 11, just ready to go to war. And, that's a good thing to have in your pocket to use. But it's like it's a good thing to have, like, a gun in your car if worse comes to worse. But you don't want to be in every traffic jam waving it around. Like, it becomes detrimental. It's good to have, but it's, if I ever need to, ramp something up to 11, I know I can at the flip of a switch. Like I do a podcast every day. When I first started, people were like, okay, it's realistic to do one a week. It's like, fuck that, I'm going to do one a day. In that sense, I can sort of ramp it up, and I'm like, I want this podcast to grow, I'm going to do one a day. But I also know how to turn it down, and that it's not like, what the fuck, how come Spectrum's down? Why did you figure this out? Like, that would be an old me versus now I'm like, it's whatever, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck Spectrum.
Exactly. Because I'm going to see if I can log into the router at least.
I was going to say it's
420.
I was about to say it's 420. Let's end on that note, because talking about cookies, I got some chicken pesto downstairs, and it made me really hungry. I haven't eaten today.
Well, I had half a sandwich from Starbucks that fucking sucked. When I first retired, I moved back here. I had a couple of sweet jobs lined up, but the ex-wife, who was bipolar, a bunch of other stuff, drug and alcohol dependency and stuff. So I know all about that.
Sure.
If I didn't come back here with her, and I got one of those jobs that was paying six figures very easily, then she would have taken me through the ringer. Mm-hmm. She fucking killed me, worse than she already did. Physically and emotionally before, too. Like, great showing up to work with a black eye in special operations. What happened? Oh, I put my light in the back of my car and grabbed the netting, and the light smashed me in my face, which I've done before. But no, my 5'3" bipolar wife punched me. Mm-hmm. I'll fucking say that, Mm-hmm. So, but came back here. Started end of July of 15. My brother passed away in December. Mm-hmm. And when I retired, I was 222. In March of 16, I was 289. 50 pounds, 60 pounds.
I gained 67 pounds after my brother passed.
Yeah. Granted, here because the food's fucking awesome.
Yeah, dude, I went from having like an 8-pack to, I went from 170 up to 237. Right now, I'm down to 197. 6 years later, I'm still shedding off the ripples, of the shock waves of that event. Yeah, no, dude, I get it.
Yeah, it's tough. And like what I do now, like I try to help out all veterans. I'm part of 22 Kill Coalition.
Mm-hmm.
There was a guy that was airman that was in the 3rd with us, just turned 21. He killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
August 14. My buddy Travis, March of 15, killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I went down that hole really quickly, forced to retire, medically retire, not even retire, medically retire. And I got it. So I came back here and started eating like crazy, and health got worse and got better and got worse. And now I was doing really good and slowly dropping weight, just changing diet. But like you said last week, I had a couple drinks, kind of down that depressive hole this past week too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's
it. No, I do. I know it's. I know the. Yeah, I mean, I think you and I have probably been through a lot of similar mental states. It's, it's.
Now the question is, am I telling the truth or am I lying? No, I'm fucking with you. I'm telling the truth.
I was like, I don't fucking know, man. I'm not the interrogator. You are. Fuck you. I don't care.
That's fucked up. That's a good play. Like, see that right there? If I was lying, that was an interrogation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not lying about it, honestly. Like, 2016, there was 9 people who I helped, part of 22 Kill Coalition.
Mm-hmm.
Helped a bunch of people. Well, I want to say 13 people, 14 people that were veterans or still in the military from hurting themselves or others.
Mm-hmm.
Taking their life.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was in the darkest state of my own being, in my own life, I helped out those dozen other people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I do now. I make sure that all the veterans I know are good. Make sure they're doing good in the VA. Make sure they're doing good at home. Make sure they're doing good all around.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I try to do now.
Mm-hmm. Fuck yeah, man.
So.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, granted, I'm going to break your balls about it. As we all do, especially being veterans. That's, we make light of the worst things so we can survive.
Yeah.
So I try to do that now and helping people out.
Yeah, dude.
While shooting people and cutting off their heads, too.
Well, dude.
It's like the oldest photographer joke ever.
Yeah. Let's end on that note. And, dude, you're more than welcome to come back anytime you'd ever like.
You're more than welcome to come back.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, you. I did my solo episode last night, and I told myself I was welcome to come back. I was like, hey, Tommy, anytime you want. And I was like, thanks, Tommy. And I'm just sitting here by myself, and I'm like, my sanity is just slowly slipping through my fingers like grains of sand.
And what's funny is that JP's a couple years younger than me, and that motherfucker's bald. I don't know why he just doesn't shave his head. Hair going good. Like I need to cut on the sides. Usually I got it about as short as yours, if not more. But I haven't been in. I don't care.
No comment about JP's hair. No comment.
Oh my god! It's like, do you know what he looks like?
I gotta stay politically neutral.
Do you know what he looks like? Because I'll say it to his face too, and he's gonna fucking break both our balls. He's gonna come up with something good. I know he is, but he has time to think about it before he responds.
Yeah.
He looks like one of the dolls off like Mr. Rogers or
Jesus Christ, dude.
Or Team America.
Jesus.
You're going on the freaking Saint inning.
Fuck
JP,
that.
I love you. Fuck.
I gotta stay neutral. All right, man. Well,
I also told JP that I'm gonna roast him too. So
okay. Well, let's do a podcast with fuck it. We'll do one with JP. Send me text me or Instagram me the links you want me to put up, and
and put those for overlays.
Yeah, and this is the longest podcast to date, so it's gonna take forever to upload. So send me the stuff. I'll start uploading it tonight. Probably won't be up till tomorrow morning.
I'm not worried about it, man. We're good.
Oh, for me, I like to crank them out, so
Oh yeah, of course. Like there's stuff that photos wise, like I'm still backed up on other ones that I do right away. So
fuck yeah.
Like, you need anything, questions, concerns, bitches, gripes, you got my number. You got this. Give me a call. Anything. In the middle of the night, you're having a bad time. My phone's usually on sleep mode or do not disturb. Call 3 times back to back, and we'll pick up. I'm here for you, man.
I appreciate it, buddy. Hey, same goes for you. You can call my phone 100 times and it will go to silent, but I'll pick it up when I see it.
Well, with the difference between iPhone and Samsung, you know?
Yeah. No, it's yeah. No, I think my phone's been on silent since like 2009. But yeah. Dude, thank you for doing it. I'll put up the links, or you send me the links. I'll put them up. It was a fucking pleasure. It was hilarious. I gotta edit some stuff out from early on so I don't get removed.
My bad. I
don't give a fuck, dude. That's why editing exists. That's why it's not live. That's why it's not live. It's so I can do this. Yeah. But hey, tell your friend to send me some shirts, or you can send me some shirts, and I'll wear them during podcasts. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I'll see what he says. Like he was a sensor operator with myself and JP. So
yeah, Jesus. Apparently, I'm a fucking magnet for sensor operators, but
well, no, it's a small community. It really.
Yeah, I mean, super. Yeah, I imagine. But
all right, man.
I appreciate you doing it, brother. Yeah, enjoy the hockey game with your mother. Keep doing good. Let's do it again sometime.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, peace, brother.
Thank you.